Hey all, welcome back to the Ice Age, where EVs are banned and fun is a priority. So, what have I got in store for you today? Well, I'm going to try something new. Today is mainly going to be a shotgun compilation of all the stuff I've seen in the industry lately, keeping it short and sweet. So what do you have to expect? I'm going to show you some of the coolest things I've seen to come out of the aftermarket. We're going to talk about some cool BMW M3 GTR topics, because that's my specialty. We're going to cover some vaguely current events, check out some epic builds, talk about Mustangs, because we seem to do that every episode, and then talk about some of the biggest and most impressive spectacles I've ever seen to come out of the community. We're also going to be checking out the latest and greatest of the Nissan Z. And last but not least, because I need to do some driving myself, I've decided to show you how much of a battleground the highways of St. Louis can be by wearing a Insta360 Go 3 camera. Welcome to episode 4 of the Ice Age. Today we start with the 2024 Nissan Z, otherwise known as the RZ34 or the Fairlady Z. I cannot tell you enough how excited I am to finally be talking about this car. Because I'll tell you what, in my eyes, Nissan was the first to properly bring back a retro design with modern engineering injected into it. This car is genuinely pretty from all angles. The performance it offers is fantastic, and the value it has in the modern sports car market cannot be overstated. To an enthusiast with a trained eye, you can clearly tell that Nissan is paying homage to the heritage of the Z name, an icon of the Japanese car brand. Starting at the front, you've got several elements that look like they've actually been pulled straight off of the old 240Z. The grand nose design, the large grille, the headlights are basically LED versions of the ones from the 70s. Even the Y shape of the bulge in the hood is inspired by the 240. As we move over to look at the side profile of the car, it becomes absolutely stunning. This is my favorite angle to look at the car from. The silver roof element right here is directly inspired by the color and shape of a katana's sword blade. The multi-piece kinda look and design of the exterior door handles hark back to the original 350Z. On this performance trim Nissan Z, you get these really nice 19-inch wheels that look aftermarket from the factory, which is, in my opinion, the highest praise you can give any OEM wheel. As we move to the back here, we can see that the taillights and the rear fascia is clearly pulling from the 300ZX. And I think Nissan has come up with a design that makes the back of this car look timeless. I mean, just look at this thing. Clearly, this design is timeless. In fact, I think this design is so timeless that it will be even considered good-looking 15 years from now. This, I can tell already, is going to be a future collector's item. I love how sleek it all looks. I love how it's simple, functional, but when you look at it, you feel like you've gone back in time. In a good way. If you want to open the rear hatch to check out the storage space, the release button is actually inside the rear Nissan emblem. Interesting that they placed it there and opted to put the reverse camera beside it. Overall, though, it's not that abrasive to the look of the car, just an interesting detail I thought I'd point out. Inside, it's very simple. You've got lots of space for luggage on your grand tours, space for groceries, or fairly large purchases. You can see a pretty big crossbar right there as well. That helps with the chassis rigidity. One thing I also really like about this current generation of the Z car is that they use the original Z font for all of the Z badging. Usually with a new generation of Z car, they come up with something new, but this pays tribute to the original. And when we close the hatch and look closely at the bottom of the center of the glass, you can see text that says, "Since 1969. This refers to the Z first going into production in late 1969 for the 1970 model year. I think it's awesome that Nissan is clearly very proud of their heritage. I mean, apart from the Skyline name, Z is one of the most historically significant names to Nissan's brand. Whether we're talking about Prince, Datsun, or the Nissans of today, the legacy is huge. If we move back to the front of the car, we can finally start to talk about what really makes this car special. This is the first Z car to have a turbocharged engine since the 300ZX. And boy, is it a good one. You might recognize this engine as the VR30 out of the Red Sport models of the Q50 and Q60. It's a 3-liter twin-turbo V6 that puts out 400 horsepower and 350 pound-feet of torque.
In the current Nissan lineup, that's mind-blowing for a few reasons. One, this car is rear-wheel drive, not all-wheel drive like the GTR, so it's going to be a little racier. And on top of that, it's offered in a 9-speed automatic configuration and a 6-speed manual configuration, whereas the GTR is only an automatic 6-speed. The reason why I think that's also fascinating is, in case you didn't notice, this car's engine is called the VR30.
And for you astute folk out there, you'll have probably noticed that the engine name starts with VR. The engine in the Nissan GTR is called the VR38. The engine in the Z is a part of the same family as the engines in the GTRs.
So when you think about it, this is a baby GTR, but with a much more exciting recipe. Rear-wheel drive, auto or manual, and same sort of engine, and it actually sounds very similar. It actually sounds like a hybridized version of the 370 and the GTR.
And get this car produces as standard 400 horsepower and 350 pound-feet of torque. The first Nissan GTR produced about 470 horsepower. That's not a big power gap, especially when you think about how the Nismo trim of the Z produces 420 horsepower. As we close up the engine bay and move to the inside of the car, you'll see that this particular performance trim Z is equipped with the 9-speed Jatco automatic. You can find this transmission in some pretty nice cars, such as the 2021 Aston Martin DBX and the 2022 Mercedes AMG SL. This car does have a couple driving modes, Standard and Sport Plus for Nismo models.
But again, in the modern climate, with everything going on, the fact that you can get a 400 horsepower internal combustion engine with a 6-speed manual, brand new, straight from Nissan, that's pretty incredible.
Because this car is a performance trim car, it does come with a limited slip differential, which in my opinion is almost a must-have in any modern sports car. The weight distribution of this car is good, but a little heavier in the front due in part to the new forced induction engine. 57% of the car's mass presses down onto the front tires. So let's talk about what you have to work with on the inside of the car. Two things really pop out at me when I first get into this thing. The 3 pod-mounted gauges in the center of the dash. You've got turbo pressure, which is cool, turbo speed, which is really cool, and battery voltage, which is neat.
I personally would have wanted something like oil temperature or oil pressure, but the symmetry makes it all worth it. It's very pleasing to the eyes. And we can't overlook this beautiful steering wheel. It's only offered in this car. The Nissan Z is the only car in the Nissan lineup that gets this steering wheel, and I love the way it's designed. The 3 spokes are perfect. It's perfect for grip, it's perfect for driving.
I love wheels like this because you can grip them with your thumbs and rest your hands at the 9 and 3 position, which is the best way to do it.
One of the interesting things about it that I think is really cool is that apparently Nissan and their designers pulled inspiration from the design of the steering wheel in the R32 GTR. I can kind of see it.
On the performance trim, you do get GTR-derived shift paddles in auto-configured cars. On top of the storage in the back, I'd say this car is great for road trips because you've got 2 cup holders, storage behind the seats, and adaptive cruise control. The performance gets leather, heated seats that are powered for forward and backward movements. This car does have a couple USB outlets and a 12-volt outlet in the passenger footwell, ideal for hooking up a radar detector, which I strongly suggest having in a vehicle as stout as this. This car has the Bose stereo as a performance trim car and also includes navigation. You can even go into Google Street View in case you want to scope out your destination's parking situation, so it's less of a problem to solve once you get there. This car has the performance-only 9-inch infotainment screen. Lighting up the cockpit is the digital gauge cluster, and because it's digital, it is as configurable as a Rubik's Cube. But if you're like me, then you'll be spending all of your time in sport mode, because that places the tachometer at the center of your display and even gives you a motorsport-style shift light.
And before we move on, there's something I want to touch on that I think a few people have seen as points for criticizing this car or are drawbacks that I think are actually advantages. Now, obviously, a lot of people have pointed out the fact that there are a lot of things in this car that have been carried over from the 370Z, but there's a good reason for that. They've decided to allow a whole bunch of stuff in the car to be trickled down into this current generation of Z car to, for one, reduce development costs, and also make it so that the price point for this car is competitive and also affordable, hopefully, for their target demographic. This allows them to build this car completely in-house without having to partner with other brands like how Toyota did with the Supra. But even so, because everyone likes to talk about it, let's talk about some of the things that this car has inherited from its predecessor.
The parking brake, which is a great inclusion for enthusiasts because these are much more fun than an electronic button. The center switches for the heated seats and the tailgate. The climate controls were carried down.
But that's okay because look, you can control the cabin temperature, the climate, the AC, whatever you want to call it, using actual buttons and dials. Not an intangible screen, not touch screen, not motion. You're not using the force or magic or anything like that. You just get to use dials and buttons, and I think that's always a plus and a point towards the manufacturer when that sort of decision is made. Because we all know touchscreens, when you're trying to change the AC settings, can be really distracting and sometimes dangerous, and usually very unintuitive. It feels good to have buttons that you can move around, switch to better settings, without actually even having to look away from the road.
The stalks on the steering column are off of a 370, the switches on the door handle, pretty much the entire door panel, save for some trim, is off of a 370. It's also got the same door handle and same door air vent, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather have familiarity and a great car at a great price than a great car that's unfamiliar and costs a not so great amount of money. The traction control button is also very prominent to the left of the steering wheel, which I can appreciate. I imagine owners will be smoking their W-rated tires pretty darn fast. That way you can put on some Pilot Sport 4S's or Super Sports on there or something Y-rated, even if you aren't actually going to be going 186 miles an hour. And last but not least, launch control. It's actually very simple. Switch to sport mode, fully depress the brake pedal, pull back both shift paddles, press down on the accelerator all the way, and then when you're ready and the car has built up some revs and boost, boom, release the brake pedal and you'll be flying.
This car can go from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 4.3 seconds. That's pretty good acceleration.
Let's go for a drive. I'm especially excited to try this car out, not just to experience the VR30, but I really want to showcase what the 9-speed is capable of, especially for anyone out there who is a little unconvinced. All right, the 2024 Nissan Z. My main curiosity here is two things: the VR30 and the 9-speed transmission. I really want to see how it drives. Ooh, that's smooth. Put it in the manual. Ooh, those downshifts are crisp. Oh, those downshifts are perfect. Okay, so we're in manual mode right now. I'm gonna keep it in second. Here we go. Oh, that gearbox is amazing. Oh, then we put it back into auto and it knows exactly what to do. Those gear changes are so smooth. Those gear changes are amazing. Wow. I am actually staggered by that. I am speechless. I love the shift light. That's really cool. Here, let's lower this. It sounds a lot like a GTR, but it's a little better actually. It's a little better than the GTR. Not hating on the GTR, but it doesn't have that kind of trumpet note that the GTR has. Oh, that's so good. That sounds so good. That gearbox is actual cash money. I'm all for manuals. I'm all for that stuff. I'm all for saving the manuals. Oh my gosh, it sounds so good. That Jatco 9-speed transmission, that sounds pretty mint. We're going to take it over here. We'll do some free revving, then we'll get back to the drive and we'll take it back to the dealership. We'll do one more full throttle, well, half throttle, full throttle. Traction control's on, and this has the limited slip differential, so it'll be fine.
So far, A+. All right, let's return this to the showroom. That gearbox is amazing. Why would you want anything else? That's interesting. It kind of drives like a 10-speed Mustang, so it's always trying to find a different gear, which is fine. But the downshifts are so good. Those downshifts are just spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. I'm not trying to look cool wearing sunglasses, I just want to have good vision. All right, here we go. It doesn't buck. The car doesn't buck as you're downshifting. That is what is the most incredible thing to me, because it's not a dual clutch or anything like that. It's a synchronized automatic, but it doesn't feel like it. It sounds like a GTR. It's a rear-wheel drive GTR. That is so cool. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll behave and just drive on back. All the way up to 7,000, that's pretty cool. Yep, it's a nice car. It's a very nice car. I can't wait to see someone buy this. We need more of these on the road. I love the cabin as well, and I love the look of the pod gauges. It's mint. This interior is pretty nice. And I like the red. I know you can also get it in a bright blue, but come on, it's a Nissan. You gotta have red. I'm even dressed for the occasion. There's enough feedback in the steering. It feels really good. I kind of like, actually, that one of the gauges here is battery voltage, so it always looks like you're going to max on something. See the boost building? It's cool to have turbo speed. That's such a neat idea. Not just pressure, but turbo speed as well. You get all kinds of action in here. And of course you got the great gauge cluster. It feels so planted too. No wonder why they put this gearbox in the Nismo. It makes sense. I get it now. After feeling those downshifts, this gearbox makes perfect sense. And they even tuned it for the Nismo, so it's even a little bit better in that car. I can't complain about that at all. Now I want to drive the Nismo. An extra 20 horsepower isn't really gonna, you're not really gonna feel that. But it's the tuning of the drivetrain and the suspension. That would be the neat stuff to feel. Nissan made a cool thing with this. This is a cool thing. You guys got to tell me what you think of this interior. I like this interior. This is a modern car and it looks like this. I think tuner cars are back, baby. Tuner cars are back. I think the time is now. And I think manufacturers are starting to recognize that, and clearly, I think Nissan is right on the money with this thing. I like how the throttle is soft, but it's not too sensitive. The throttle, ooh, it's nice and quiet in here. Good noise deadening in here. The throttle is nice and soft. You got really good brake feel. Just enough resistance, but it's not super touchy where it like bucks you as you hit it. The only way to make that happen is by, you know, slamming it, which I'm not gonna do. But this is a Grand Tourer car. Like, it's actually legitimately comfy. It's also really hot in here. We got a Talon over there. That's a pretty Talon too. I would buy this car just for those downshifts. Are you kidding me? No one told me the downshifts were that good. That's unreasonable. They've got no business making a synchronized automatic transmission drive that nice. This ain't 1995. This auto is pretty slick. I kind of want one. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe not this one, because I kind of want the Nismo, but that's just me. That's because I'm a nerd. Having that little bit of extra software on the transmission and the suspension, it would make a lot of sense. Now that I know how nice this gearbox is. That shift light is cool. This is a collector's car in the making. This is history in the making right here. The only downside is I can't see how it looks going down the road. That's the main downside. I can't see, especially those taillights. I love the taillights on this thing.
Well, there you go. That's the Nissan Z. I feel like I've almost talked myself into getting one. This thing really is a blast from the past. It's like a modern 4K remaster of your favorite 70s action movie. Nissan really outdid themselves. If you're looking to build a tuner car with a 90s nostalgic character to it, whilst also injecting some modern DNA into it, then I'd recommend you go to HPS Fabworks. If your car has an RB in it, then you seriously need to be considering their products. They know just how to make your car sound like it's straight out of Too Fast, Too Furious. The HPS exhaust manifold for the RB25, RB26, and technically also the RB30, it sounds exquisite. Mint. Bellissimo. Well, actually, what does that mean? Beautiful in Italian. Okay, that's what I thought. But better still, they also have a manifold for the 2JZ. And it is based off of none other than the RPS manifold, the same one used for the orange Supra in the first Fast and the Furious film. Man, I cannot wait to hear what that sounds like on a car. I hope the owner of HPS Fabworks sends me a clip as soon as he has one. So let's talk about R34 GTRs. Some R34 GTRs are being listed for $100,000 over what they're worth, or what they sold for at the very least, from the Japan auctions. So I just recently got access to a database that allows me to look at the results of past or current auctions over in Japan. This is great for me because I can actually see what these cars are going for before these dealers go and buy them and mark them up. And I'll tell you right now, my findings are pretty appalling. I get everyone needs to make a living, and everyone wants to make a lot of money, myself included. Greed is probably my number one greatest sin. But that said, these tactics would have me disgusted with myself, were I to do it. Take this R34 GTR M spec that sold on April 11th of 2024. It's a beautiful car, no denying that. But because it's a 2001, it can't be imported into the US because, you know, it's still 2024. Math is math. Not old enough. According to the records, it sold for $156,520. Well, without naming any names, do you want to guess what the importer who bought it is listing it for right now? Bearing in mind, this is a car that is not legal to be imported into the US yet, which, I'm going to be honest with you here, the US is the sole reason for why the market spiked anyways. What do you think? $170,000? $190,000? $200,000? $210,000? No. It's listed for an eye-watering $254,000. A car that was bought from the auction. Let me just reiterate this. This car was bought for $156,520, and now it's being listed for $254,000. Talk about gross profit. And the shop listing it isn't publicly listing any information to justify the price. As a salesman, you gotta sell the value. So far, they're doing nothing to do that. There's no service records. They're not talking about the condition or the modifications. It's clearly not stock if you look at it. And it's still in Japan. So the markup makes no sense. Were it stateside, maybe I could see it being $200,000, $220,000, something like that. But because it's still across the pond, where's all this extra value coming from all of a sudden? So on top of everything else that you have to pay just to buy this car, you still have to pay the fees to import it, all the tariffs or taxes, and you know, all the transportation costs. And like I said before, I'm not immune to the sins of greed. But this ruins these cars for everybody, except for the people with so much money they've lost all sense of value, and the people selling them. Flipping them, basically. I beg of you guys, if you want one of these cars, find people who will help you scour the auctions. Don't pay the middlemen all these crazy gross markups. No pun intended. Find someone that'll help you with the importation. Find someone that'll help you inspect the cars while they're over there. I know some of these people that are in this business, and I like a lot of these people. They're great founts of knowledge. They're experienced. They're knowledgeable. But I'm on the side of the enthusiasts. I'm always going to be. Not the rich people buying these crazily priced cars or the people pricing them. The original spirit of these cars came from their accessibility and value as performance machines and tuning platforms. If you start pricing them like this, they lose their soul and they just become collector items. Where's the value in buying an R34 GTR if it costs as much of a Huracan and you can modify Huracans pretty extensively too these days?
I want you.
I love you. Why buy an R34 GTR for $200,000 when you can get a Huracan for about the same, and there's no denying that the Audi V10 is a great tuning platform? Where's the argument for the R34 GTR, apart from nostalgia, apart from emotion? Does your heart justify that $200,000 price tag? You know, why buy an R34 GTR for $200,000? And there's no denying the Huracan's a great tuning platform too. The all-wheel drive system is going to be better. The ceiling for modifications is probably even higher. Just twin turbo the darn thing or supercharged, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't make sense. All you've got is nostalgia, emotion, and you know, I'm an emotional guy, as you can tell, but I'm not paying $150,000 for 300 horsepower. That's dumb. I don't care how much money you have or how little sense of value you have left in your body. So you want to build a car using an RB26. Well, what block do you want to use? Do you want to use the 05U, the standard block? Do you want to use the N1 block, known as the 24U, the same block used in the V-Spec 2 NER and the M-Spec NERs? Or do you want to use the GT500 block, otherwise known as the Triple R? That's the same engine block used in race cars, I would imagine, but more importantly, the Nismo Z-Tune. I mean, good luck finding one. But beyond all of those, you may as well just get a billet block, right? From Bullet Race Engineering? Well, now there's a new block on the block. Straight from down under, spawned from the passion and ingenuity of the folks over at Platinum Racing Products, is a new RB26 cast block. Leagues above the N1 and the GT500. And I'll list off a few of the added enhancements that they've put into this custom RB block. Bearing in mind, don't mistake me for an expert, I am just reading a list here. Oil galleries relocated to accommodate larger strokes. Ductile iron construction eliminates the risk of cracking. Siamese bore configuration for added strength, and I had to look up what Siamese boring is because I didn't know. And the result was this, so I'm just going to parrot what I found. It means there is solid metal between the cylinder bores. Siamese bores are much more stable and greatly improve ring and head gasket sealing for increased power and durability. Apparently the standard blocks from the OEM just don't have this. I'm a little shocked. We've also got larger oil drain backs in the block, rerouted turbo oil feed to maintain structural integrity, and additional head and turbo drain provisions in the block as well. I feel like I should have a prompter right here. Hold on. Sorry for the jump cut, but I've added a prompter here. It's just my phone. That way I can look at you guys a bit more. And now, combining this with their cast cylinder heads, it just sounds like the perfect way to give your car a perfect beating Aussie heart. Now, I've often said, not always on the channel, that I think Nissan kind of screwed up by not ever making a Bathurst edition of the Skyline GTR. I mean, that's where a ton of the car's notoriety comes from, is the lineage born out of the car's success in Australia. That's where the whole Godzilla name comes from. I think Nissan should have made something to pay homage to all the race cars that earned the GTR the Godzilla moniker. I mean, there was the RX-7 Type R Bathurst. Why is there not a Nissan Skyline GTR Bathurst? Why were there only NER specs? Why was it the M-Spec NER and the V-Spec 2 NER? Why wasn't there, I don't know, a V-Spec Bathurst, you know, Victory Specification Bathurst, or, I don't know, an A-Spec for Australia? I don't know, anything. What would you have called the homologation special limited production car if you were to be paying homage to its successes in Australia? What would you call the Bathurst Edition GTR? And last but not least, we've got Shmi in the Xyrus LP 1020 or 1020. Underneath, it is a standard rear-wheel drive Huracan Evo. A nice car. But on top, it is a twin-turbo, road-legal monster. By the way, it's road-legal. I don't even want to know what it took, what it costed, the amount of time, development, and delegating with government officials, which I've learned is just an unpleasant experience in pretty much every part of the world, to make a road-legal package for a Huracan that's twin-turboed in the EU, given everything that's going on, to get it to pass emissions at a bare minimum. I'm sure there's more than just emissions. My caveman brain can't comprehend. Ugh. But what I really like about this car is that it is designed to be capable on a track with curves, rather than what we'd expect, which would be it to lay down some rubber on a half-mile racetrack or something. I wonder how difficult it is to make a twin-turbo Huracan track car. Do you need to change much? I mean, a lot of these cars come with ceramic brakes, great factory suspension, an incredible 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. What else do you need to change? I mean, I feel like if you just get one of the lower-level underground racing twin-turbo kits, even if it's only 900 wheel, I say only 900 wheel horsepower, it should be fine, right? Like, are there concerns of cooling, overheating, and stuff like that? Because I feel like the rest of the car is more than capable. Well, I certainly wish I had the money to find out. Now, the Mitsubishi Evo 10, it was my dream first car growing up. Is that a realistic first car? For many people, not really, including myself. But here's why. It looked awesome, had great tunability, and it sounded pretty cool too. Or so I thought. Apparently, though, you can make it sound a whole lot better. Or at least you used to be able to. I recently discovered the CBRD RBX Turbo Kit and the way it makes an Evo 10 sound. So I had to do a bit of a deep dive into this because I love bespoke exhaust sounds on cars. Sound is, like, to me, half of the battle, because the exhaust sound on this particular car that I found with the RBX Turbo Kit, the note is like a blend of Evo and angry turbo Honda, which I think is really kind of cool. And from what I could tell, the red line of the car wasn't increased, so I couldn't chalk it up to just 10,000 RPM being the reason why it sounded so cool. So I decided to do some digging into what the RBX kit actually was and what it had in it. Well, for one, it's discontinued, as I kind of alluded to before. But I noticed that one of the things that's included in the kit is a tubular manifold. I find myself talking a lot about tubular manifolds on this channel, on pretty much everything. So I did a bit of a search for other Evo 10 tubular manifolds. And it seems to be that the manifold of choice these days is the MAP Performance tubular manifold. Here's an Evo 10 on a dyno with it equipped, and it sounds pretty good. Maybe there is an Evo 10 in my future. I wonder how daily drivable I can make it if I keep the power low. People always talk to me about how they're not that reliable and all that kind of stuff, but I just really like Evos. I also do miss my WRX too, though. But I do really like Evos. It would be a personal victory for me to finally get an Evo 10. I just think I need a lot of money. I need all the money. There's so many cars. So many cars that I want. So, I haven't always been the biggest muscle car enthusiast, but there's always been a few exceptions. The classic Rick Creations Boss 429, the S550 Shelby GT500, the RTR Spec 5 S550 GT, and then this sound. That's the sound of a Gen 4 NASCAR stock car, a sound I always wanted, but could never understand what actually it took to get it. And when I was a kid, this was the sound of NASCAR. It might even still be. I haven't watched NASCAR in a long time. I watched a truck race not too long ago, back in 2018. Well, this is Amelia Hartford, and this is her recently acquired NASCAR race car. She's going to be cannibalizing the powertrain and drivetrain out of this thing, and she's going to be putting it into her Superbird project. She will be using the R5P7 engine in it to build her dream Plymouth. Now, finally, I have an answer to how to get this sound. Because at first, I didn't really know of any engines, let alone Ford engines, which is what I really want, that sound like this. I'd love to make a 69 fastback Mustang sound like this. But using a Dodge engine might be a bit sacrilegious. Because that's what the R5P7 365 is. It's a Mopar engine. In fact, I am almost certain I would get, like, hung from a tree or put in front of a firing squad if I did that. Understandably. But after a bit of digging, I found something. The Ford FR9. A Roush Yates engine. But I'll have to do a little more digging, because if I do end up building a classic muscle car, then it absolutely must sound like an old school NASCAR Cup car. And from what I can tell, the FR9 might be it. But now, does anyone know where I can get a 69 fastback? Because those seem expensive. It doesn't have to be any of the high trim bodies. I don't care about that. I just want a nice fastback coupe to put an engine and a transmission in. But now here's the $1 million question. Do I have to use a classic Mustang if I want the FR9 for that Cup car sound? Or can I put it in an S550? I mean, the S550 is the reason why I like Mustangs. I like the classic Mustangs, I like the S197, but the S550 was the gateway drug for me. So would that sound suit an older body style? Or would an S550 sounding like a NASCAR Cup car be really freaking cool? It'd be cheaper. I mean, it wouldn't be cheap, but it would be cheaper. I mean, hey, the only reason why I ask is because Amelia also built a monstrous S550 2017 Mustang GT and put a giant, I can't remember the displacement, it was like a 9-liter something or whatever it was, a huge engine into her car. Maybe I could do something similar. I still want it to be, 6-speed, drivable on the street. Maybe there's a way to do that. I don't know. I did a poll not too long ago, and you guys all basically said, classic Mustang, put the FR9 into a fastback, 69, nice. I'm on the fence. I'll have to keep thinking about it. It's a ways away. The muscle car build's probably going to be my last build, unless if I make a lot of money, and then I'll build a whole bunch of things. But you guys know, 3 cars. I need the M3 GTR, the R34 GTR, and then some kind of muscle car. And I haven't quite figured out what I want. An S550 or a 69 fastback with an FR9. Or put an FR9 into a S550. I don't know. I don't know. That right there is BMW M3 GT Chassis 006, otherwise known as the Star-Spangled M3 GTR, being revved up to the sky to show us its exhaust flames that are visible with the lights on, and just how fast that P60 B40 gets going. It revs as fast as a bike engine. So I'm in the business of knowing everything there is to know about the BMW M3 GTR and what it takes to replicate one. You all know this. The trickiest part is the engine, the P60 B40. No mortal human being will ever be allowed to have one. And in case you don't realize how forbidden that engine is. I would be surprised if even Jesus himself would be allowed to have even something as minute as like a throttle body, or an intake manifold, or an airbox, let alone a running prototype racing engine. And so, people who want to build a BMW M3 GTR, what do? How do we get the flat plane race car sound in a street car? Well, there's a few options. You can use a Ferrari engine. You could use a twin-turbo McLaren engine. There's a few things out there. You could go and... don't do this, but in theory, in Minecraft, you could go and part out someone's C8 Z06 and use the LT6 engine in that. But that's just theoretical. No, in reality, GM should just make the LT6 a goddamn crate engine. But they're never going to. So, what if you want your engine to be a pure BMW engine? Well, it isn't going to be easy. So, for starters, for a little over 40 grand, you can get a 4.4 liter S65, almost, near as makes no difference, 600 horsepower V8 built by Chris Fletcher. And now, Mr. Chris Fletcher is someone who worked on the OG M3 GTRs in the past while he was still on the PTG racing teams back in the day. For an extra $20,000 or so, you could put together a flat plane crank version of that engine. 4.4 liters, almost 600 horsepower, and flat plane crank. It's doable. It's not cheap, but it's doable. You will be basically paying the same amount of money for a P65 engine, but I don't think all P65s are flat plane crank, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but I've noticed that some of them don't sound the same. But with someone as knowledgeable and meticulous as he is, I'm sure he could come up with something street-worthy. If OEM manufacturers can build streetable flat plane engines, I'm sure we can make it a BMW engine to do that sort of thing as well. So, his flat plane engine package would get the exact sound you want. However, I will say, I would only reach out to him if you are seriously interested. Because it costs almost as much as a new BMW M4 to get an engine like that. And that price could change depending on parts, availability of said parts, the R&D needed to get whatever your specifications are into reality. Don't bother the man unless if you're actually serious. I feel bad when I ask people theoretical questions, but I make these videos so that you don't have to bother these people. I don't know, just don't bother them unless if you're actually interested in buying a $60,000 engine. Well, what if you're like me and you have to start smaller? Well, to get the most I possibly can out of the S54 and my E46 M3, I've decided to put, it's actually over there, a beautiful carbon airbox on it, and some ARH 6-to-1 headers. Attached to that is going to be a Section 2 side exhaust, and I'm guessing it is going to sound a little bit like this. And I think this dyno clip of the build journal car with ARH headers also sounds pretty close too. Though I imagine mine will sound closer to that other car, or even maybe a little higher pitched, because the exhaust will be shorter. Is that how it works? We'll just have to find out. Because no one else is going to have an exhaust setup like mine, I'm pretty sure. Now let's take a trip down memory lane and revisit good old Rockport. By the way, this footage is from Odinata Cinema, an incredible channel that creates beautiful CGI content focused on cars. A lot of it being the Fast and the Furious, Need for Speed, good old nostalgia stuff. Really incredible work. I'm sure you've seen it before, but maybe they weren't being credited. Odinata Cinema. Alright, Black Panther himself, the Need for Speed man. The guy who inspired me to give racing gameplay videos a try back in like 2017, has been working on a Need for Speed Most Wanted replica BMW M3 GTR. I feel like everybody's doing it now. It's kind of cool, actually. At first I was like, man, I wanted to be the first. But you know what? It's kind of cool that everybody started doing this, and I'm glad that there are parts out there now. It used to be there was nothing, and everything sucked and was not close enough. He's got the wheels, the body kit, the wing, and now he's got the engine, and that's what I want to talk about. The S62B50 out of an E39 M5, which is really cool considering the fact that that is the engine PTG used for their customer M3 GTRs back in the day, since they weren't allowed to sell P60 powered race cars. Obviously, I think that's become pretty clear at this point. One of the tricky things about doing a swap like this, from what I remember based on what they were saying in the videos, is that they were planning on using X5 manifolds, or they were having something custom made. And now that makes me wonder. I am genuinely curious about how that would sound, but I also wonder if the PTG GTR headers would fit. You know, the ones made for the S62 and an E46 chassis. I can't remember if the S62 sits a little further back in the PTG M3 GTRs. I'm not sure. I'm really curious. Because imagine if he could use real GTR headers. I'm pretty sure you can still get them. But I can't remember what a PTG M3 GTR engine bay looks like. I would have to really take a close look and see what the minute differences are. The main thing being the placement of the engine in the engine bay. Is it the same, or is it mounted further back? Is the firewall in a completely different place? But then again, using headers like that in the UK with the noise laws they have, apparently, I don't think it would work. It might get him in some serious trouble. Now let's talk about the community for a second here. A few things really stood out to me that I wanted you to see as well, in case you somehow haven't already. 1K Motorsports. Some of their recent videos are a brilliant case study on the fact that sometimes as an automotive content creator, misfortune can lead to fortune. Because the title, and I'll just read it verbatim here, $600,000 Ferrari 488 Pista stolen from valet, part 1. That got my attention nice and quick. I barely even looked at the thumbnail. I can't even remember the thumbnail. But the title, what's even better, it wasn't clickbait. So when something crazy happens to you, and it's car related, as a car content creator, yeah, you gotta cover that. And theirs is a wacky story. Keys being left unattended, the car getting ransacked and torn apart, and then the owners tracking it down themselves, which, by the way, was really interesting. Also, thanks to this video, I now know about AirTags. Kind of useful to know about. And of course, I can't deny how special a 488 Pista is. I think it's a very beautiful car. I personally think it looks a little better than the 458 Speciale, but that's just me. I would definitely take a 488 Pista over a 458 Speciale, despite the fact that 458 does sound pretty special. I just don't think it looks as good. Up next, I want to cover Walterific, a YouTuber I've been subscribed to for many years now. His motovlogging content is really entertaining, and I used to binge watch it a lot with my friends, actually. One of my fondest memories back in college is playing one of his playlists, and me and my friends all just sitting down in beanbags and watching his videos. But one of his recent videos about Amazon firing him for filming his work routine struck a deep personal chord with me. Because, well, I used to be an Amazon delivery driver, and let's just say my experience as an Amazon delivery driver was great until the Amazon plague started to leak through the gilded cracks to waterlog my soul with deep-seated corpo poison. I'll be the first to say I enjoyed being a delivery driver. It's decent exercise, but then one day I worked to the point that I vomited. The left side of my face got all droopy, you know, I was overheated, my vision was blurry, and you want to hear what I was told by my supervisors? They said that if I came back to the warehouse with the substantial amount of packages undelivered, I would have been fired, despite my whole situation and everything going on. They said unless if I needed to go to the hospital I had to take a break, cool down, and just keep going, even if it meant going really slowly. Now here's the kicker. That happened twice, and the second time it was even worse. The vision and the droopy face actually lasted for about a week. So after that, I just decided to get a CDL, because this is ironic now, but I thought, if I'm just going to be driving all the time, I'm not going to be pushing myself anywhere near as hard. Well, it turns out you can still push yourself pretty damn hard as a truck driver, just in different ways, as I now know. Well, come to find out, shortly after my exit as an Amazon driver, a tornado hit the DLI-4 building I worked at. Now you might think, all of the workers in the warehouse and the drivers with nowhere to deliver to because everyone was taking shelter would be allowed to stop working and go home or take shelter elsewhere, because there's no safe haven shelter place or anything in those warehouses. I know a lot of people probably would think so, but there's not. Amazon told them to stay put, keep working, keep delivering, and then people died. It's crazy. No one was going to be out taking packages. Everyone was freaking out, taking shelter. All of the people in the workhouse were like, what's happening? Or they knew what was happening and they were saying, can we just leave? And they were being told not to. Let's just say, at this point, it doesn't really matter. I think we all kind of know that a lot of these companies are starting to realize they can get away with a lot of stuff with pretty much no consequences. I think Amazon didn't even cooperate with the investigation into what happened. And, well, even more blatantly, I would say Boeing is showing that there's just absolutely nothing we can do about malpractice with larger companies like this. Oh, and just FYI, if I die with a gunshot wound to the back of my head, just so you know, I sound like a miserable person, but I'm actually doing just fine. So if I die, I didn't do it. And I'm not dumb enough to poison myself with stupid food. I take good care of my vehicles, so they'll never fall apart all of a sudden. The brake lines are not going to be magically disconnected because I'm an idiot or something. My tires are like brand new. Blah, blah, blah. If I die, I didn't do it. The only way you'll ever know for certain is if it was me that took my own life, is if I do it on camera, like on stream. Yo, welcome to my first and last Kick stream. Bam. Because that's all Kick is trying to generate outrageous clips. There's no denying how brilliant the new 911 GT3 RS is, and yet Matt Watson of CarWow, the place to go to for excellent reviews and ridiculous drag races, has to make an apparently difficult decision between the 911 ST and his GT3 RS. Personally, I think the choice is obvious, and I'm a Beamer fan, all right? But the correct choice is clearly the RS. I don't know why people don't like cars with wings. I love cars with wings. I want my car to look like a GT car going down the road. I think this new GT3 RS is just so cool to look at. I think companies that aren't willing to put GT-style wings on their cars are cowards. Let's put some race cars on the road. 1320 Video is still killing it. You guys know that. But their racing content on and off the track, in the wonderful realm of Mexico, in case you're wondering. For me, this video was especially close to home because in it we get 20 minutes of Chicago racing that boils down to a showdown between two GTRs with an interesting conclusion. Isn't it insane how long the GTRs went around for? I can't imagine it's going to be around for much longer. And if the next generation is going to be an EV, which no one will like, it's just kind of cool. And plus, this feels a little bit like old school YouTube, don't you think? Like back in the day, all the racing content was about GTRs. GTR this, 1,000 horsepower that, 1,300 horsepower this, Gallardo this, twin turbo that. That's what it was. LSX this, LSX that. I'm a nostalgic guy, so it's kind of cool to see that stuff. I wish content like that was still like what is in currently, but it just doesn't seem to be. I'll tell you what is in. The content of Concept Performance, whether it's their TikTok channel or their YouTube channel. Probably the most entertaining shop channel ever. I'd send a car over there just to see how badly it gets roasted, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, it's a BMW, okay? They're just going to look at it and go, oh God, burn it with fire. Actually, burn it with fire. That's an unnecessary clarification. Burn it with what? What else could there be? The editing of their videos is on point, and the charisma between all of the shop members, the crew members, is pretty good. And you feel like you're almost learning something as you watch. You know, watching them spray stuff into an engine to get it to start and stay running just so they can get it into the shop to work on it. Also, Will, I think the shop owner, he has a 1JRX7, which is cool. That's something I always think about in my head as a fun theoretical build in the future one day. Well, I'm probably leaning towards the 3-rotor just because it sounds a little interesting, but he's got a cool car, and he recently got a full engine for it. So hopefully there's some content on that if I haven't already seen it. Black Panther does a car tour. I don't usually bother watching car tour videos, but this one I did for one simple reason. His content really isn't all that different from mine, at least for the most part, with the gaming stuff. He's a racing gaming channel, and yet he has amassed a fantastic car collection in real life. And, as his title states, he's at the ripe old age of 28. No, he's young and he's done really, really well. I'm 26. I've got 2 years. I've got 2 years to match his collection. I know, it's not actually a competition, but it's just, that's how I think. I've already got the M3 though, so I'm working on it. I'd have to say my favorites in his fleet are his E46 project, that's obvious. His Eclipse that he imported into the UK, which is just a Chad move, is his Evo 10 FQ360, I'm pretty sure, and his single turbo V-Spec 2 R34 GTR. Oh. Another OG automotive YouTuber, That Dude in Blue. Quite possibly the first automotive content creator I ever subscribed to, back when I was in high school. Well, it's a sad day, boys. Today we remove our hats. I don't have mine. Today we remove our theoretical hats and pay our respects to Sub-Zero. His VMP Odin supercharged S550 10-speed Mustang GT. I don't know why I made that such a mouthful. It was a beautiful car. It was well built, made tons of power, but it fell victim to big Ultima energy. Someone was texting and driving and slammed right into the rear of his car and completely totaled it. The whole back end of the car is just folded in onto itself. The quarter panels are ruined. It's a sad day. Luckily, everyone made it out in one piece, but the car is irreparable, and it's a damn shame. It's not a fair thing to see for someone who works so hard. I mean, the dude practically runs his channel all by himself, which is not something you see very often, if at all, especially with the frequency of his uploads and the level of, film quality all of his content has. I mean, I personally, I can't wait until I can afford an editor, just so that, I can free up time to use my creative energy more effectively. Either way, what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad David and his wife are okay, and I hope he doesn't wear himself out working too hard, because that's a surprisingly easy thing to do. And, seeing passionate people struggle, it sucks. I'd rather see passionate people just enjoy being passionate. Remember Lee RB? The guy with the best built R34 Skyline GTT in the US? Full steel quarter panel conversion, genuine GTR body, RB30 GTR all-wheel drive drivetrain, sequential gearbox, Haltech ECU. Everything about it is built and drives and feels like a GTR except for the VIN. Obviously, don't tamper with your VINs. But this is why, when you look at his bio, it says converted for the crybabies. Just as a clarification, a disclaimer for those people. Well, in one of his latest videos, he brings a literal barn find S chassis back to life and thrashes it around. With the way the market is, a barn find 240 is actually kind of like something straight out of Forza Horizon, I'll be honest with you. Returning to life with Amelia Hartford, boy oh boy, what should we talk about? She does quite a lot of stuff. Her GT40, her Camaro, which is really freaking nuts. Or perhaps the fact that she finally bought an R34 GTR from a company called Space Auto, if I recall. Never mind the fact that she said at one point that she was actually thinking about keeping it stock. I mean, come on. Let's not be silly here. Obviously not. Let's not treat these cars like collector cars, please. We've got to see what an R34 looks like with her twist injected into it. She makes some crazy stuff. You know, the Amelia Hartford edition of the R34 GTR, that's something the world needs to see. And she did kind of hint at what her vision might be. And it sounds like it's going to be clean. She did mention something in the 500 to 700 horsepower range at one point. Maybe it'll have a body kit. Maybe she'll just do what a lot of other people do and just put the Z-Tune exterior on it. Who knows? Hopefully she does something like uses an HKS turbo kit or the HPS manifold or something. I'm praying everyone starts to realize that's where the good sounds are at. I need more and more people to start making their cars sound like that. The whole reason why I made my original video was to be like, look, I figured it out, and I don't want it to be a secret. I want everyone to know. I want to hear every Skyline sounding like Paul Walker's from Too Fast, Too Furious. Everyone's going to be saying, oh, it's Brian. No, oh, it's Amelia. Have you ever seen a heavily modified McLaren P1? No, not a P1LM or a P1 HDK. I'm talking about true aftermarket. Well, Tavares is here to fill the void. Because we all remember the flooded P1 from way back when. Well, he's rebuilding it with his own unique twist. Lighter weight, more power, no hybrid system, a glossy carbon interior. I can't think of many project cars on YouTube that have higher stakes than this one, if I'm honest. And I mean, this may sound weird, but thankfully it is a flooded car, and the project didn't start out using a pristine example. I don't know of anyone who'd be willing to do any of this stuff to a stock, clean P1 hypercar. P1s are just way too special. Trackhawks, Evos, Supras, GTRs, Hondas, Cops. I think it's safe to say 1320 Video has got the street racing content market in a stranglehold. And it's always so refreshing to see some racing content on the street. I mean, my official statement is I do not condone street racing and endangering the lives of others, especially unwilling participants. Put that out of the way. We're not talking about takeovers or anything stupid like that. You know, the people who call spinning out rollbacks. Jesus, that's embarrassing. When I spin out, I go, oops, I screwed up. That's not what I meant to do. I don't spin out on purpose. Look, whether it's from a dig or from a rolling start, it's fun to see people duke it out when there's no one else around and there's no one looking. At least, you know, the people who we don't want looking aren't looking. I wonder why I don't see more content like 1320s on YouTube. Are people afraid they'll get demonetized because it's an illegal or dangerous activity? I personally don't see any cause for concern. I mean, lest we forget, Sniper Wolf practically doxed someone with no repercussions at all. At least none that would be considered reasonable consequences in the eyes of the public, or especially the victims. So I'd say, I don't think YouTube cares, as long as it brings in ad revenue. I mean, Twitch is probably the same too. I mean, they're never going to be brave enough to ban sexual content on their platform. Twitch is just starting to become known for that. Twitch is more of a cam site now than a gaming streaming platform. I'd like to consider myself a pretty safe driver. No accidents, no reckless behaviors, and well, why do I say no accidents twice in the script? Well, either way. Actually, my body decided to end that streak and just nearly kill me for no clear reason whatsoever recently. It's fun when you turn into a lifeless corpse for no reason while driving down the interstate. You know, that moment when you die for a few seconds, I guess. While I don't plan on making a habit out of nearly dying whilst driving, that dude in blue has a few bad habits that people need to break when behind the wheel. Firstly, hand placement on the wheel. 10 and 2 position is dumb, and I have to agree. It's all about 9 and 3. 9 and 3, baby. 9 and 3. And also, remember to look as far ahead as possible. You want to keep yourself informed, or at least not to the point that it's at the expense of being aware of what's right in front of you. Master Yoda says you should be mindful of the future, but not at the expense of the moment. Be mindful of the living force, my young Padawan. Jesus Christ, I'm a nerd. Holy crap, I'm a nerd. You know, always look where you plan on going. Always look as far ahead so you can make informed decisions. It should be obvious, but apparently it's not. But my personal favorite, because I agree with this, whenever someone says they're a good or great driver, especially if they say it with fervor, energy, like almost too confident, that's just a straight up red flag. Or what is it? The ick. When people say, I'm a damn good driver, I get the ick. I sound a little old. I sound a little out of touch. Because anyone who is a good driver knows no one is infallible. And there's always someone better than you. A person who says something like that could possibly have more confidence than they do skill. Are you going to be willing to be a passenger with someone like that driving you around? Sounds like a bit of a gamble to me. I mean, on the other side of it, if someone says, I think I'm a good driver, but, you know, just anything could happen. You might not, you know. Like, when people ask me, you know, would you... No one's ever asked me this, but if someone did ask me, do you consider yourself to be a good driver? I would say, well, I take driving very seriously. Obviously, accidents happen, but I think I do a pretty good job of being a safe, responsible driver. I care a lot about vehicle control and all that sort of stuff, and I have a clean driving record.
How's your car running?
The use of synthetic fuel, or e-fuel, to keep classic cars running. A noble cause if I ever saw one. And it makes me wonder, because according to all the e-fuel naysayers and the EV supporters that want to bring doom and gloom to the automotive hobby, well, they believe that synthetic fuel will not save the internal combustion engine on a large scale. They believe it simply can't. Well, I hope that the preservation of classic cars is the first step, and that the ultimate conclusion is the saving of the automotive hobby. If we lose the internal combustion engine, we lose most of the aftermarket. If we lose the sounds of the engines, we lose spectators at motorsport events, because no one wants to watch quiet cars zipping around with no theater, no emotion, you know, your chest not pounding with noise, or worse still, those Formula E cars that sound like dental drills. And if we lose motorsport, we lose sports cars. Electric vehicles will kill the hobby if they take over. That's a given. All for the sake of stroking the egos of politicians and their neophytes and allowing them to believe they're doing something for the environment at the expense of everyone else. They've got it into their heads that if they buy brand new cars and all these other nonsensical products, that they're saving the world. When in actuality, I'm pretty sure the existence of a single human being will always have a detrimental impact on the world. Unless if they're going out there and they're doing preservational work, protecting animals, protecting the Amazon rainforest, and all that sort of stuff. If you're still going to your 9 to 5 every day and you're just posting on Facebook and buying a Tesla and driving it back and forth every day, you're not saving the world. You're not saving anything. Your existence is still bad for the planet. Stop lying to yourself. I'm all for caring about the planet, but let's not start giving into the delusion that we can save it as an individual. I'm pretty sure that's what delusion is. Delusions of grandeur, if anything. So I went on a brief deep dive into luxury vehicles. And maybe it's because I'm not old enough, but so far, the most luxurious vehicle I'd ever want to own is an F90 M5. But what else did I look at? Range Rovers, Maybachs, Bentleys. And what I've come to find is that once you pass a certain threshold of price and quality, it starts to lose meaning for me. I don't need or want something exorbitantly nice, cushy, or lavish, or whatever other buzzwords a thesaurus might suggest to me that could be used to describe some of these crazy cars. I mean, heck, even the M5 I mentioned earlier is kind of pushing it for me. I mean, typically, if I wanted a sedan, I would just get something like an Evo 10 or something like, I just hunt down my old WRX. I still have the VIN. and just restore it, or get an Audi RS3. Would that be considered luxury? I don't see that as a luxury car. I mean, it's got manual seats, for crying out loud. Maybe it's an age thing. Maybe if I don't take care of myself and if I become just more rigid and brittle in my later years, I'll be more interested in, GT cars and luxury vehicles. But for now, I'm still all about sportiness, rigid chassis, and loud exhausts. But if you want to scratch the surface of this whole topic, then check out this CarWow video comparing the Cullinan, Range Rover, Maybach, Bentayga, and the Escalade to see which is best. It was a fun rabbit hole to go down, but ultimately, not really my thing. Speaking of not my thing, Porsche, at least not usually. But it is finally time to settle a middle school argument I had. So John, my 6th grade classmate, get ready to be destroyed. I remember arguing with you about how to pronounce Porsche. You opted for Porsche, and I opted for Porsche, and you defended your stance pretty darn aggressively. You even insulted my intelligence. Well, unfortunately for you and your supposed intelligence, Porsche posted a video on their YouTube channel 7 years ago, probably just for you, to steer you back on the right path.
Porsche. 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 Porsche.
Now you know. I've brought you back to the light. I've given you a second chance. So don't waste it. Now, wouldn't it be kind of fun if Lamborghini did one for like certain historical V12 models and see if YouTube's system demonetizes them? I mean, why would they do that? What's another car company that would be fun to do with? Just create a video showing people how to pronounce, all the model names, current and historical. That would be kind of interesting. Exhaust materials. There's stainless steel, there's titanium, and there's Inconel. I'm at a point where I just prefer stainless at this point, but if I wanted to be unique, then perhaps brass is a fun alternative. I don't know how much of an effect the material of an exhaust system can really have on the overall sound of a car. I think things like the use of X pipes, H pipes, or various header designs are what really matter. But this video by OEM Plus Resto, in which they install a brass system onto a 330 Ci, a nice little car, definitely not biased or anything, and it looks kind of cool. Sounds neat too. And while I was watching this video and doing a little research for this episode, in case you're wondering, brass is an alloy of zinc and copper, not copper and tin, which is bronze. I sometimes get those confused for some reason. I wonder if brass is durable enough for use in a sports car's exhaust system. Otherwise, for those more kind of out there cars, I feel like it would be getting used a lot more on bespoke exhaust systems. Or perhaps there's more value in brass being used for musical instruments. Or perhaps ultimately it's just a waste of copper or something. I don't know. There's a reason why it's not being done, and I just am not knowledgeable enough to give an educated guess as to why cars don't have brass exhaust systems. It could be cost, could be durability, maybe it's really not that malleable or something. I don't know. They make instruments out of it, so that's a dumb argument. I don't know. Big trucks. They're always fun, as long as they're not driving behind you, riding your bumper, despite the fact you're already going like 20 over the limit or something, and there's no passing lanes. Either way, Donut Media, or otherwise recently known as Donut, posted a video covering every F-Series Ford truck from the F-150 all the way up to the F-750, which I didn't even know existed. Frankly, I was only aware of the F-150, the 250, the 350, and the 450. Everything after that they show in this video is madness. And honestly, once you pass a certain threshold, I feel like you should just get like a Freightliner or something, or just an actual semi-truck. It just seems a bit overkill, but it's a neat product. Because my understanding is when you buy these trucks, it just comes with the cab and like the frame with no bed on it. But like, imagine like buying an F550 and putting just like a regular pickup truck bed on it or something. Just driving yourself to work in that. That would be really stupid, but kind of funny. Well, I did a little bit of digging. A diesel Ford F750 straight frame starts at $81,000 US. It's got beating inside of it a turbocharged 6.7 liter V8 that wants to rip your arms off like a Wookiee. The 300 horsepower is meh, but the 725 pound-feet of torque is going to be what gets the job done. It's also got a max gross vehicle weight of 37,000 pounds. Absolutely nuts. I'll be honest, unless if it just doesn't make sense for the job I'm trying to do, just let me use my Cascadia. I miss that thing. That thing drove nice. I kind of want to get one as like a toy one day. Just register it as a personal vehicle, not a commercial vehicle. Just use it to haul my cars or something. Just don't give me an international. I've had a bit of bad luck with those. Real street performance. If you're an OG and you want a bad 2J car, then you've got to go to the GOATs. But because the new Supra uses a B58 engine, we of course have to make some comparisons, which isn't easy to do for a few reasons. The gap in technology is near as makes no difference 2 decades apart, giving the BMW engine an edge, which some may see as unfair. But then again, the aftermarket has been pushing the 2JZ to the absolute limits of physics to squeeze every drop of power out of it since its inception, giving it an edge that some might see as unfair over the B58. So maybe it equals out. But either way, if someone were to make a comparison, Jay would be one of the first very qualified people I'd ask to compare the two. And that's just what he does in this video. The new Supra is a beastly car, but I still don't like the way it looks. But it's cool to hear someone as knowledgeable as him talk about these two engines. BMW! I love BMW, and I always will, even if not every car they make is to my liking. It's the one brand I've actually remained pretty loyal to. But something I have noticed across several generations of BMW M3s utilizing paddle-shifted transmissions is that limited production models receive bespoke tweaks to the transmission software to make them drive better that are never trickled down to the standard M cars that come in the following model years. The example I am probably the most familiar with is the E46 M3 SMG cars. The CSL version of the SMG is superior to the standard car to a ridiculous degree. When I updated the software on my car after a very annoying process, I must admit, I love it. And I've driven a BMW 8-speed, a 7-speed dual clutch, and a Huracan, but the SMG is really fun and raw and super easy to drive. There's just no complaints. It's not clunky, it's not uncomfortable. No complaints. But what's interesting is the E92 M3 7-speed dual clutch suffered a similar fate. The M3 GTS, as far as I understand it, received a refined gearbox tune over the standard car. And quite frankly, I was surprised when I learned this. But when you do the update, it reduces clutch slip at high RPMs, it makes gear changes smoother, it gives you better rev matching, pretty much everything the CSL software improves upon too. But the GTS software does it with the dual clutch. Why would BMW allow something like that to happen? Why would they not let that go into the standard cars afterwards? It just makes me wonder if the M4 GTS is in a similar situation. And it also kind of makes me wonder if the current M4 CSL has better transmission software than the standard cars. How weird. God, I'm either tired or intoxicated. I'm not, though. I've only had one drink, and it was a Seagram's. Golly. I think it's just because I woke up nauseous and sick this morning. I don't think I've recovered. Oh, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been talking kind of funny. Oh, I'm doing this all as my head is really foggy, my brain is spinning, I'm fumbling my words constantly. So I hope you appreciate these videos, because my ability to enunciate words properly is falling apart. It's like manually breathing, but with my vocal cords. Hey, remember that police captain that got pit maneuvered for driving like a lunatic in some kind of Kia sports car? You know, the guy that turned his lights on until only after the pit was completed? I understand that there are specific circumstances where officers may need to break traffic laws with their lights off, but I think it would have been prudent to communicate who was driving the car in some shape or form to the other officers in the area. Maybe this was preventable, maybe not. It is what it is. No one was hurt at the very least. Either way, the officer who pitted the guy isn't in trouble, thankfully, because there's no reasonable argument for penalizing him. I mean, the guy was speeding. He ran red lights. Apparently, the captain was in some big Avengers merger with other agencies related to gangs and stuff, and was trying to track down a violent crime suspect. Certainly an awkward situation. I'm just glad it didn't get escalated, because that's kind of what I expected to happen. I think we can all agree the media doesn't do cops any favors.
You kept insisting that the piece of paper you gave me had both. I go, I don't see it.
That's what I thought it was.
Okay, well then don't think. That's when people get into trouble, when they start thinking.
Really?
So you never gave me.
That's your advice, don't think.
Okay, yeah, don't think.
Another thing, speaking of not doing cops any favors, I just looked at the next topic. Cops and automotive YouTubers. Confrontation, drama, spiciness, talking smack to authority, litigating on the side of the road. Now, I'm not going to give legal advice or anything like that. I don't even think I'm allowed to. But I genuinely want to ask you guys if this truly is a good thing for the automotive hobby, this kind of content. Or if it's ultimately just going to have the same impact as takeovers. Takeovers, yes, that's, sideshows and blah, blah, blah. It's been going on for years and this and that. It's in the spotlight now. The media is using takeovers as the focal point of their argument for why car people suck. We're evil. We don't care about other people. We want to just ruin everyone else's lives and do sketchy shit with our crappy cars that are often sometimes stolen. Anyone who is not an automotive enthusiast is more than likely going to be assuming that you are just an inconsiderate person to the people around you. And look, I'm all for doing fast and quick bursts of speed or doing a pole every so often. Not weaving through traffic, scaring people, causing people to swerve, stuff like that. I don't condone that. But I just don't see how some people on YouTube get pulled over quite so often. Because more so, if everything presented to us by our favorite creators is to be believed, why are the cops targeting people who are supposedly minding their own business and not doing anything wrong? It's tricky, because I've dealt with a handful of cops and DOT officers who I'm pretty sure were schizophrenic, because they were chasing down criminals and crimes that simply didn't exist or never occurred, but will swear they saw it with their own eyes. And now I get some cops definitely are on a power trip, enforcing a lot of stupid laws that truly make no sense or just don't even exist, just so they can get something else out of you. I mean, anyone with common sense knows that cops don't exclusively pull over people who are doing something wrong. You don't have to be doing something wrong to get pulled over. You just don't. That's not how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. But, we're not talking about bogus California or New York exhaust regulations here, okay? Flying through civilian traffic in California in your 700 horsepower house payment on wheels, that's a bit hard to make a case for, to make that a defensible activity. Like I said, I'm all for going fast and having fun. But the key responsibility as an automotive enthusiast is to keep the hobby from dying. And right now that means two things. Saying no to electric cars and also exposing people to the hobby in a way that isn't abrasive. And as hard as it is for people to believe this, but you can drive a loud car and not be an asshole. People don't necessarily hate you because your car is loud. You might just be a dick. You can drive a loud car and be considerate. That said, Karens who are just there to say you're wasting your time and money are exempt. Blow out their eardrums. I don't care. But it is possible to be a decent human being and have a loud car. Here's an anecdote. Back when I had my WRX, which is not as loud as my M3, you know, I like to rev it every now and then and this and that. And one day, you know, a neighbor of a family friend came over and said, hey, you know, I get that you like the car. I like cars too. But when you come in here revving it, you know, it could end up waking up our kid or this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. I didn't argue. It's no big deal. It's fine. I'll keep it quiet from now on. It's a neighborhood. I was just a punk kid, 19, with a sports car. Whatever. Well, he later came back and tried to apologize, saying I was being unreasonable, you know, calling you out like that. Even my dad ended up calling me an idiot and blah, 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 this and that, you know, I really shouldn't be complaining, you know. He made a good point that why should I care about loud noises disturbing my kids? My kids need to learn how to sleep in always not so ideal environments, because you don't want to have your kids only be capable of sleeping in super quiet environments, which is true. But then also, he also said, I really shouldn't be complaining about my kids being exposed to loud noises, because we all know kids can be pretty freaking loud. And it was like, either way, it was fine with me. But I do like when people are reasonable and understand the fact that maybe, just maybe, you don't have the right to demand that you should never be affected by the presence of other people. You know? Like, because I feel like if being around noisy people, noisy cars, if that is just something that needs to be regulated and muted for the comfort of everyone else, can we make people who don't shower illegal too? People who don't dress properly illegal too? We need to make a whole bunch of other stuff illegal if we're going to do that. I feel like, I mean, Jesus Christ. Some people just, they go out into public and you just go, oh, God, I'm going to be sick. There are some things that you can't change, you know, preconceived notions that people have about what you do and what you enjoy. It is what it is. You know, you got gamers back in the day, especially. Being a gamer and being a nerd was not cool. In my opinion, everyone's kind of a nerd. If you're passionate about something and you know a lot about a certain topic, you're probably a nerd in that area. Car guys, they're nerds. Gamers, they're nerds. Gym buffs who know everything about how to work their muscles and exercise and diet properly, they're nerds. They're just really good-looking nerds. You know what I mean? Then, you know, there's preconceived notions about, you know, car guys. I noticed there's a preconceived notion with car salesmen recently. One of my favorites is when people say, you know, the most useless people in the world are realtors and car salesmen. And ironically, the person saying that is a React YouTuber who just does drama commentaries. That's truly the person you need to be listening to as the all-knowing arbiter of what is a contributing member of society. I get it that people can be useless or kind of just a pointless middleman, but there's good ones out there too. But I guess that's like saying not all car salesmen, right? That's not the stance you want to have, at least not on Twitter anyways. Boy, that was a little off script. 1320 Video visits Bandimere Speedway before it closes. Every year we get the news that more and more beloved racetracks are being closed, so that more and more awful housing can be built and then ultimately bought up by corporations and terrible people that the rest of us can't afford anyways, and they'll just be rented out or blah blah blah. Something stupid, right? The housing market. You just love it. The state of the world. You just freaking love it. Gotta love that eminent domain, right? I hope they got paid a mint for that track. I hope they got paid like at least twice the value of the land and everything on it. But genuinely, I'm thinking my end game goal as an enthusiast is to build a racetrack. I want that to be my automotive magnum opus. You know, not a crazy built car, not a business, nothing else. But where should it go? What location would keep it under the government's radar while still being in the US? Because we all know the US government loves violating our pursuit of happiness. You know, one of the inalienable rights of the Declaration of Independence, you know, that obscure document. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. take away internal combustion engines and racetracks, and you take away the whole reason why I moved to the US, for the beloved car culture this country has, unlike any other in the world. You ban internal combustion engines, then you take away my ability to freely buy and build the cars I actually want. Not the cars you want to pretend are good for the environment so you can stay voted in office, or more than likely changing the regulations so that the technology you've invested in has no competition by changing the rules so that the competition just simply can't exist anymore and you just have an infinite money cheat code. That's probably what's going on. But insider trading doesn't exist when you're a politician. You know, people go into office worth pennies and they come out with 7-figure net worths or something. What the hell are we supposed to do? You know, we've investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Well, I mean, yeah. What if I feel like even when I do some introspection, I find some flaws. I feel like I'm a lot more honest than these people. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to lie to myself or you guys. That's silly. But, you know, last of all, you take away my cars and you infringe upon my pursuit of happiness. Unalienable rights. Race cars, modifying cars, it's spliced into the country's DNA. It's undeniable. It's a hobby for many, a way for people to feed their families. It is a way to connect people under one common interest. And it's a way for people to reward themselves for their hard work. Driving race cars into extinction is un-American, and according to the founders, just not cool, man. Roblox, copyright infringement. DMCA, I don't know about DMCA. This reminds me of that episode of Top Gear where they showcased China's blatant disregard for plagiarism. So, Driving Empire, a game within Roblox, is in some deep doo-doo with car manufacturers for using their intellectual property for monetary gain without the license to do so. What's worse still is when Black Panther made a video about it not too long ago, Roblox was literally advertising the Need for Speed Most Wanted BMW M3 GTR on the home screen for the PlayStation Store, I think. It's just blatant copyright infringement all around. And not long after Panther's video on the whole thing came out, manufacturers started to get pretty upset. Is it the YouTuber's fault? Well, no, obviously not. Obviously, he didn't snitch to the manufacturers, but also, he didn't have to. It was just a matter of time. Doing stuff like that, it's just a ticking time bomb. It's still pretty funny, though. Fast 11, or Fast X Part 2, or Fast 10 Part 2. Is it Fast X? It doesn't matter. It's going back to street racing. Apparently. The man, the myth, the legend, Craig Lieberman, talks all about it in one of his latest videos. The Fast Saga is a weird one for me. A beloved one, but a weird one. Not too long ago, I finally watched Furious 7 all the way through, for the first time. And I can't help but be critical of every movie released after the 7th installment. The constant teasing of Paul Walker's character is crass and tasteless at this point, let's be real. I mean, the guy's dead. Being exposed to the writing of these films, it does pose a genuine mental health risk. You know, I'm still regenerating brain cells. Most of my synapses are dead. You'd be better off staring into the face of Cthulhu at this point. And the cars used on screen just aren't memorable anymore. Charger this, Charger that, Hellcat this, vague muscle car that. It's not memorable. It's not special. That and the cast is just huge. And apparently no one is dead forever. And no bad guy is irredeemable so long as their actor is worth a lot of money. And so, as long as the studio wants to recast them, if someone dies, they'll be back. Or they're the villain but they lose, they'll find a way to join the team somehow. They need to end it. We're all fatigued. It's like the Marvel movies. As much as I like the Marvel movies and all that stuff, should have ended after Endgame. We needed to take a good long break. And I think we need to take a break from the Fast and the Furious because we love it, but we need like a pause. And then we need a reboot like 5 or 7 years later or something. That way, when we return back to street racing as we're supposedly doing now, it kind of makes sense. Also, bring back Jesse. Have the Mr. Nobody guy say, hey, this guy was in a coma but woke up a few years ago, or even more recently, and I found him looking for you in Los Angeles. It's maybe something with his memory. He went to go and find the Supra. He found it. And so I've been helping him regain his memory as he rebuilt the car. So like maybe every time he installed a part on the car, his memories came back or whatever. You know, have the film end on the car, you know, dusty, beat up or whatever. The decals are peeling off. Or maybe have this nice reunion halfway through the movie. You know, maybe Dom is, you know, his spirit is waning. He's not confident anymore. And Jesse shows up in the kind of old and dusty Supra and he says, I don't remember everything, but I remember you and I remember the family. This Mr. Nobody guy says, you know, times are tough, man, but you've always been able to pull us through. You'll be able to do it somehow. And if you need my help, blah, 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 blah. You know, something like that. It would make sense, and that still, you know, it sounds convoluted, but I don't think it's as convoluted as what we can expect from an actual fast film these days. I'm just saying, you know, at this point, a lot of the films, once I watch The Fate of the Furious and everything after it, I just expect boxed wine dialogue at this point. But whatever they do, I just hope they end it nicely so that the legacy of the Fast and the Furious can be a good one.
Hey folks, Tom here. Just wanted to interject myself. I'm editing the video as we speak, but I just wanted to let you know that I am aware of the fact that Vin Diesel posted a video of him standing next to the orange Supra, apparently on the set of Fast 11. So I just want to let you know that maybe, just maybe, this next one could be a good one. I still need to watch Fate of the Furious and Fast 9 and Fast X. I need to catch up. I still need to do commentary series on all of those movies. I haven't given up on those types of videos. I just wanted to try this stuff first. Anyways, back to the original footage.
Formula Drift. Drifting, drifting, drifting. What do you mean? I'm still on the fence about whether I want to give drifting a shot or not. I mean, my main hesitation is that I don't know if I'll ever have the time to develop any worthwhile skills, because it sounds like seat time is huge, but even more so, would I want to compete or just be casual and go to events? Probably just stay casual, I'll be honest. I'm not a super competitive person, but that's also probably just stemming from my lack of confidence. Also, hey, remember that time the owner or president or whatever of Formula D was up on stage talking about how great every champion was, but then said, well, I'll let my guesses say it.
Ryan Sage gets on stage and starts going through all the champions. He's basically he's the president of Formula Drift now. He's the co-founder and currently running. So he gets up on stage and goes through, starting from the beginning, like 2004, Sam Hubinet wins, and Reese Millen, and blah, blah, blah. And he gets, like, hypes everybody up. And then he gets to 2013, and he basically goes, actually, he said this, exactly. In 2013, we had an unfortunate situation, and because of what unfolded, Michael Essa was champion.
What?
Yes.
You f***ing kidding me?
Ashley was literally
there with your wife.
with my wife. We're sitting down at a table with other teams. Everyone is looking over at me because they're like, I cannot believe that he just said that. And then we got up and we left. We just walked out.
Now, it could have been a mistake on the guy's part, but it seemed to be a really poor choice of words, as the Joker would say. And you know, when you're in a role or position where your role requires you to be good at public speaking, addressing large crowds, and you know, you want to be a little calculated with your words so that the meaning behind them can't be skewed or misunderstood or misconstrued or however you want to say it. You know, you want to be good at that sort of thing. You want to be clear, you know, deliberate with the message behind it. And that would be the assumption of someone in a position like that, that whatever they're saying and the meaning you're getting from what they're saying is what they mean. Does that make sense? Because when you say, hey, one of your biggest achievements can really just be boiled down to an unfortunate technicality, that's called minimizing someone's achievements or simply just trying to bring them down. As the Joker would say, it's a very poor choice of words. It doesn't seem particularly professional to me, but hey, who am I? It's not like I have public speaking skills or charisma, the ability to enunciate properly anymore, apparently. The Mazda Iconic SP, the concept car that uses 2 rotary engines. From the outside, it's a really beautiful looking machine, but what matters is what's underneath. Because from what I understand so far, it is some sort of a hybrid or EV. Will the rotary engines be the main source of propulsion, with electric motors providing supplementary power? Or is it the other way around? The rotaries are charging batteries as a sort of power plant to help electric motors move the car. I don't know, but maybe, just maybe, it could be a great driver's car. I don't know how that would work or how that would look or sound being probably the most important thing here. After all, their key phrase throughout the whole unveiling of this was, "The joy of driving is the same as the joy of living." A wonderful thing to say as a car manufacturer. Check out That Dude in Blue's video on it to really get into the nitty-gritty of this whole thing. It's really, really interesting. The Cybertruck. If you want an in-depth look into the car from the perspective of a sane person, here's CarWow's video on it. Matt looks a little out of place in this whole thing, I'm not gonna lie. He looks like a scholar surrounded by cultists throughout most of this. It's like those scenes in movies where the hero, infiltrates a cult and they're all worshiping their leader, and he's just there like, this is weird. What's going on? This is not my cup of tea, but then any opinion or thoughts I could have on the car are just not really worth sharing, because all it's going to do, it's going to be like the Alpha Call. It's going to bring Godzilla towards it. It's just going to summon a whole bunch of neophytes rushing to defend Tesla and Musk, because they're going to see it as me insulting him on a personal human level, frothing at the mouth, with battery acid leaking out of their brain implants. It's just not worth it. I don't want to take on the cult, man. Nissan, I love you. Okay? I love the GTR. Obviously. Many people do. But if the successor to the R35 is a full EV, you'll be alienating pretty much your entire existing customer base. We love the RB26. We love the VR38. But this alleged R36 GTR or potential R36 successor, looking at this, it's wild to look at, but it being an EV, it's on par with that Dodge EV muscle car with the cat noises. And I don't understand, what's with this low poly design language? Why is everyone turning down the graphics settings on reality for new cars? Why does that count as making a car look futuristic or next generation? You can't be serious. Am I a boomer or something? Whenever I see people say they like this sort of thing and the way it looks, I just feel like I'm being gaslit a little bit. It's like, no, if you have a good taste in, what's beautiful and what looks good, and you have a good sense of style, you're going to look at this and you're going to go, ha, no. I don't know how an automotive enthusiast can look at something like this and go, yes, this is the future and I can sleep at night. Jesus Christ. Craig Lieberman actually kind of talks about this in his video about the death of the R35. I mean, it doesn't help that the R35 doesn't pass noise regulations in places like the UK. I mean, Jesus. The car is too loud in stock form? Are you kidding? The car is so quiet in stock form. How quiet does England need to be nowadays? It was already pretty serene when I was there. I mean, that was 10 years ago. Maybe people have gotten more sensitive since then. At this point, though, it sounds like affecting other people with your presence, whether it's abrasive or not, is going to end up being illegal. That man is looking at you and he doesn't want to have to look at you. $200 fine and 2 days in jail. But like I said before, at this rate, can we just make it legally enforceable for people to have to smell good, to bathe and not be gross and look weird out in public? I don't want to have to go out into public and sit down close to someone and go, ugh, that dude smells like booty cheeks. If we're going to be sensitive about the noises of vehicles, we may as well reduce the impact of abrasive pedestrians as well. Hey, remember the Aventador Ultimate? Yeah, I didn't think so. But don't get me wrong, it's really cool to see what the SVJ rear end looks like without the weird looking spoiler on the back, but I'm still team SV. Not SVJ, just SV. But another car I really like is the Huracan. The Huracan was undoubtedly a massive success. There's no denying that. But even more so, I think the Huracan has done great in motorsport. But there's a problem. The Huracan is about to go extinct, and Lamborghini has failed to give us the one car they need to build before it's too late. A street version of the Evo 2 race car. The Huracan Evo 2 race car has bespoke headlights and taillights, very different from the road cars. I would have thought a Huracan Squadra Corsa road car with Evo 2 styling would have been the perfect send-off for the Huracan, but I guess ensuring those lights to be street legal and approved would have been too hard. I'm not sure what the barrier is that stopped them from doing it, but oh well. Maybe someone will figure out how to put the Evo 2 body kit of the race car onto a street car in some sort of conversion. I'm sure it's possible with enough time and money, but God, I wonder how expensive that exterior package is. $60,000, $100,000. It could be. It's probably a lot of money. The Japan Mobility Show, the worst named event ever. Formerly known as the Tokyo Motor Show. Anyways, the Honda Prelude concept was unveiled at the Tokyo Kinetically Capable show, and it looks really cool. It's tastefully futuristic, which is a sight for sore eyes nowadays, with all the abhorrent design language we've seen lately from EV manufacturers. It's a two-door, which is awesome. The side profile is unironically gorgeous. The use of light bars is well executed and not just tacked on. And well, like what that dude in blue says in his video, I gotta agree with him when he says that the power plant isn't what we want for this car. Hybrid. But unfortunately, it is speculated by some that it's going to be a similar system to the CR-V, which isn't quite what we want. In the CR-V, the internal combustion engine provides power to generate electricity for the electric motors to move the car. It would be cooler to get a hybrid system reminiscent of the NSX or the P1, where the internal combustion engine is what propels the car, and you have electric motors helping the internal combustion engine. That would be neat to see in a much more entry-level sports car. Not in NSX, like lower than that. In like an ordinary person sports car. We'll see if they can figure that out. Maybe the R&D costs are too much, but either way, next. In a world of mediocrity, boring old practical vehicles, and governments full of people fighting a war against sports cars in the name of the environment, this build goes against the status quo. This Ford Explorer ST has 700 horsepower. It's stuff like this that really gets you thinking, man. So many cars could be so much more fun straight from the factory, but no one dares makes a sporty version of everything. I'm willing to bet that if the 3-liter V6 EcoBoost was put in something a bit more special that motivated people to create a better aftermarket support for it, that it would be a pretty insane platform. But I guess that's true for pretty much anything. Throw enough money into developing ways to extract power out of an engine, and you're eventually going to end up with something pretty cool. It doesn't really matter what it is. I'll tell you what though, Ford is taking way too long to build some V8 Expeditions. From what I understand, the Expedition shares the same frame chassis as the F-150. It's body-on-frame construction. You know, the F-150 truck can come with a version of the Coyote in it, and better yet, the new Raptor R has the Predator GT500 engine in it. And the Raptor R uses a version of the 10R80, 10-speed transmission, the same thing you get in a GT Mustang, and I'm pretty sure the Expedition uses that transmission as well. So why not build a version of the Expedition using the F-150 Coyote and the Raptor R Predator engine? That would be like the dream truck for me. If I'm gonna get a truck, like an SUV or whatever, I want it to have a good engine. Either a Coyote, I can supercharge that, or a GT500 from the factory. It just makes more sense. I think the Expedition looks really, really cool, especially the new ones. But I need 8 cylinders. What do you think? Modern V8 Expedition? I just assumed they already existed. I was disappointed when I found out that they don't exist. I love BMWs, and I actually really like modern BMWs, just to clarify. The G82 is growing on me a fair bit, but only in GT3 specification, because those really big, long kidney grills only really seem to work on a race car that's been wide-bodied. But I'll tell you what, the S55 and the S58 do not sound good at all. Just not at all. They sound like beehives being chopped up in a blender or a wood chipper. And I'm saying that as an E46 M3 owner, though my 6-to-1 headers kind of pretty much get rid of all the rasp, so But that brings me to this car, where the rasp problem has been solved in a very similar way. You see, this guy single turboed his car. The F80 M3 was always a very pretty car. You can't argue that it isn't. Much prettier than that generation of M4 for sure. The M3's taillights just look great, and they should have been on the M4 as well. And now, this car, being reviewed by that dude in blue, sounds more like a B58, or an RB, or a 2J, or an N54. It sounds really, really good. Hopefully someone can get the modern G82 M4 to sound like that, because that's all it needs. That and a wide body. If they can, then maybe one day I'll get one, and I'll put that Adro wide body kit onto it. But yeah, single turbo to the world, man. You'll hear no complaints from me. You know what? I think I might pause here and I'll resume at a later date. Because I'm just tired. Because I just feel a little sick. I just feel a little sick. I got these glasses. And the hat. Oh yeah, I'm on brand, baby. I'm on brand. I'm on brand. Lee RB, owner of the best GTR spec GTT in the USA. He's been injecting some of the monster sauce into the A80 Supra platform. This Supra is right-hand drive, has a CD09 out of a 350Z, I believe, and it has a TRD wing, and boy oh boy does it look good. Brings me back to the high school days 10 years ago. It's got that signature single turbo 2J sound. A real good noise. And I love the flames on deceleration. I don't know why I was wearing the sunglasses for so long. Jeez. So the flames on deceleration are cool. Is it really just as simple though as just having your car run really, really rich? Because I really want the M3 to breathe some fire. I do think it's kind of neat that his car runs a 350Z transmission. I said CD09, but it's CD009, I believe. Apparently it's a pretty strong transmission. It's too bad there isn't an all-wheel drive version of it, because that would be exactly what everyone needs. And I do think it's kind of funny how we went from complaining about how expensive the Supra became, due in part to things like the Fast and the Furious, 80, 90 grand, in some cases 100, but kind of rarely. You can find some okay-ish deals as long as you're willing to get a non-turbo Supra that's maybe automatic, put in a T56 or a CD009 or something like that, and get a GTE 2J, and just do the swap there. I've never heard of any purists taking any issue with that. So what's the difference with the GTR, I guess? I guess the problem is when people put the badges on the cars. I guess that's the issue. If someone takes a GTT, does the quarter panel swap, does the RB26 or the RB30, it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, the way I see it, it's like taking a 60s Mustang and putting the parts of various trim levels on it, even though the original identity of that car is not what you're portraying it as. Because who wants to spend the money to buy a genuine GT500 when you can get a shell, put in the right engine and transmission, or somewhat better, and get the experience you want and make it look like a GT500 without paying GT500 money. But, to each their own. Can anyone tell me what color this is on these disc things that are on Stradman's Carbon Aventador's wheels? I thought maybe it was Rosa Acanthus, but it's kind of hard to tell in the video. I'm not sure if the finish is really exactly the same as his other Lamborghini. Are they called beadlock rings? I tried looking it up. They look really cool. I prefer them over aero discs, if I'm perfectly honest with you. Honestly, putting these on some matte black wheels and color matching them to your car or other elements of it, like the trim, I think that would look kind of sick. Instead of focusing on the wheel design, you just get some simple black wheels, or some nice black wheels, it doesn't matter, but then you make them really pop with those disc things, beadlock rings, or whatever they're called. I kind of dropped my phone. I'm using my phone as a prompter. Also, I'm just having a bad hair day. I went to the ooh, what time is it? Let's take this off. lest I incur the wrath of the American healthcare system and have to pay a fortune. I feel like I'm just removing my skin. God. Ow. Oh, my skin can breathe. My skin can breathe. They said I would have to pay an equipment charge if I wore that for an extra day by accident. Amelia Hartford built everyone's dream Camaro, it's gotta be said, but with even more power than we were all willing to imagine. 1,200 horsepower, 2 turbos, and it somehow sounds like a NASCAR stock car, cup car, whatever you call it. I just like to say it sounds like a freaking NASCAR, even though I know that'll anger. The heck was that? Even though I know it'll anger the fans. And I guess it sounds the way it does because it has something called boom tubes. Now, forgive my lack of knowledge, but I don't know what boom tubes are. Is it because of the special shape? Are there certain elements to the design within those side exit mufflers that make them sound the way they do? I'm just super curious. Like, if you put boom tubes onto like a Coyote Mustang, will it sound like a stock car? Or will it just sound like a stock car? When it comes to cars like this, my brain just tends to freeze up because all the parts you need to modernize the car and create the support you need for the big power from a late 60s muscle car is wild. These cars were not built for this sort of thing, and yet somehow they're known for this sort of thing. Like, what kind of suspension do you need to keep it stable? Do you need to reinforce the chassis? I would assume you do. I mean, you got to get modern brakes, good tires, wheels. I feel like you're basically rebuilding the car when you do something like that. Actually, now that I think about it, didn't she call it a 3-day build? That was a long 3 days. And you know, that's kind of like me. After a long work week, these last 7 days have been a hell of a year. I'm pretty sure we've all been there. The other interesting thing, though, when you get to builds like this, where do you find the people that will help you with supporting it and maintaining it? You know, I haven't been in the fortunate position to know how to maintain and take care of and work on high-dollar, high-risk cars, to be perfectly honest. It's only recently that I've had more than 2 hours of free time a day. Before that, I didn't have time to spare for anything else, let alone for my family or even my cars. So I'm still in the boat of, if I have the money, I'll pay a qualified person to do it. But I guess the obvious conundrum is, where the heck do you find a qualified person to do it? You know, if you've got a 1,200 horsepower car with all these bespoke parts, where do you find the people that know how to service the transmission, the engine, they understand the suspension, just the electronics, all of it? Do you just go back to the people that built it? What do you do? What do you do when something needs servicing or breaks, which is probably more likely? I know I sound like a bit of a fake car guy not being willing to work on my cars, but there's only so much time in a day. That Dude in Blue recently hosted an absolutely epic drift event called Cosmic Drift. In fact, I should put this on. Do you want to feel like Mario sliding down Rainbow Road? Well, this is the event for you. This is such a great idea, and I'm so happy for David that he was actually able to pull it off. Even more so, it was such a success that he's doing it again. I'll have to see if I can make it out there at some point. I mean, I've got family in Atlanta. It makes sense. But also, huge congratulations to David for finally completing the Coyote-swapped 240 Coupe drift car. The Coyote is a great power plant. Anyone with working eyes, a brain, and an above room temperature IQ understands this. I think in order to deny that fact, you'd have to have a single-digit IQ, or just be a lobotomy patient. It's also definitely a big deal after how much time has passed since he started the project. It became a little notorious, or like almost an urban legend or a myth on his channel. Where's the Coupe? Where's the drift car? It's like Black Panther. Midnight Club still canceled, saws. I know there's one guy in the comments probably watching these videos going, he said my name! It's definitely a big deal after all the time that's passed, yeah. And the trials and tribulations he had to face to get it done. Apparently there were some pretty shady people involved. I even heard someone make a comment one day saying, you know, he basically had to deal with working with the people that screwed over T-Pain. Maybe? I'm not sure. But either way, you know, he was so passionate about it, and it took a lot more than it should have to finally get that car out there. It's not done, but that's also just the nature of a project car. But it turned out really good, and the color choice is really neat, especially since it's not a Ford color. It's not grabber blue, it's not nitrous blue, it's something else. Oh, I can't remember what it is. Oh, David, I can't remember. Either way, it turned out amazing. But it does make me wonder, you know, perhaps a voodoo swap in an E46 chassis would make for a fun drift car. I think Mike S has shown us that E46s are great for drifting, but I like 8 cylinders and 8 E46s, despite my car still being an S54 powered car. Just ignore that one fact that contradicts what I'm saying. But imagine a GT350 swap in an E46, because I'm doing the S65 in my M3. A GT350 engine would be kind of cool. It'd still be flat plane, but it would still be a different noise. I think the one way to know for sure is I need to drive a GT350 one day. I've driven a few Coyote cars now, but I need to drive a Voodoo motor. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of taking the exterior of a factory race car and putting it on a road-going production version of that same car. The BMW M3 GTR is my choice, my poison, my source of stress and anxiety. TJ Hunt did it with the M4 GT3. Evan Shanks did it with his Mercedes. Alex Choi did his McLaren 720 LM. And now we've got Dave of DDE waiting to put the M Sport GT3 exterior onto a Bentley Continental. Sorry, I just wanted to get all that right looking at my prompter. You got amazing upper echelon luxury on the inside and all business race car exterior on the outside. It's such a cool idea. Imagine you're living a lavish life of luxury, but on the outside everyone goes, I don't want to mess with that thing. That thing looks like it means business. And I don't know of many people modifying Bentleys like that. But it's a cool idea. I mean, think of it like this. That's like having a massage parlor inside of a weapons factory, or booking drowning pool at an old folks home. He also went with the V8 powertrain, since the race car uses the V8, not the W12. And I think it's going to be a hoot. That's definitely going to be a stout car. Hopefully, it's usable enough that it can be used for things like Gumball or Ace Spade or all the other rallies they go on. Because I think where DDE really shines, I know the way their channels work right now is they've got kind of this in-between space where they work on all of the hero cars, and then they have the big drives where they can finally let the cars stretch their legs, rather than having lots of drives and a little bit of building. Now it's a lot of building, and all of the driving content is concentrated into basically a week of non-stop automotive madness. You know, we've seen that with their Gumball stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh, no. We got Weston Champlin. You know what else is real fresh and outside of the box? Weston Champlin's Off-Road Hellcat. It's like those conversations you have as a kid in elementary school. How do you take something cool and make it even cooler? Well, you could make it fly, make it bulletproof. Or if you're Top Gear, you could make it an amphibious vehicle. Sort of. And that would be kind of funny for the Hellcat as well, because it is known as a boat by many people. Or, if you're Weston Champlin, you make it look like and function like a monster truck. And what I love about Weston's ideas is that even if some of the ideas sound like they were spur of the moment, half-baked even though the execution is still done right and the end product is awesome. And I still cannot comprehend how the production quality of his videos are so good. All right? He's super entertaining. He never misses a comedic beat. You still get some cool car guy stuff in there. It's just Well, put it this way, it's redneck science. That's his whole thing. It's kind of like Top Gear. It's that perfect blend of charisma, knowledgeability, and shenanigans in vehicles. I think that's why I like it so much. It's like a version of that kind of recipe. We all know his Cummins Mustang is a great example of what he can do on the automotive platform. And I can't wait to see this thing in action. I don't know how some people think of these things. I think I've just got too many barriers in my head keeping me from even, being inspired to think of something like this, whether it's realistic or not. I've got too many limitations in my brain. Mike Essa is to DDE what a roast beef sandwich was to John Montague in 1762. Wonder if you guys know what I'm talking about. A complete game changer. Not only is he a beast behind the wheel, but he's a beast everywhere else. And his work on the F12 Gymkhana car is nothing short of amazing. His knowledgeability when it comes to knowing what kind of roll cage the car needs, fans, fuel cells, the differential, the transmission, and what's probably got me the most excited are the equal length design exhaust manifolds, which will allow the car to retain and actually return to being able to produce that perfect, crisp V12 sound, at least in theory. I don't have any doubts, but that's the goal. But unfortunately, apparently, his time with DDE isn't forever, which I suppose isn't obvious. Nothing is. I've read a couple people post in the fan group chat that he wants to retire and go sailing with his family, it sounds like. And that sounds really cool. I didn't even know he likes sailing. I've heard him make comments about it in videos, but I didn't realize it was to that extent. I didn't even know if he had a boat or not. Either way, though, it's been awesome seeing him do and make cool stuff, and best of luck to his future plans. Obviously, as an audience member, we'd love for him to stay, but he doesn't owe that to anybody. And he's already done some pretty cool things. We also got to remember, he's a Formula Drift champion. He's basically like Snoop Dogg. He's just doing side quests now. He's done the main quest. All this stuff is, for lack of a better way of describing it, extra. But that's what champs do. I want to touch on a couple things with the 1016 Ferrari F8. Let's just get this right out of the way. The F8 in stock form, I just don't like the look of it very much, but I love the sound of it. The 1016 exterior package on this car fixes every aspect of the car I wasn't sold on. Not that I'm in the market. But what I think is even more cool is that it looks like it is wrapped in Nosatech's anti-social social club Spectrum film. I adore how this material looks. The bright purple, the orange, the gold, the blue, the green. It's so close to how I'd want my own custom midnight purple to be on a GTR or something like that. I want the green pearl on a purple car so bad. Midnight Purple 3 gets you purple, blue, and gold. Midnight Purple 2 gets you purple, blue, teal, orange, gold, and brown. I'd want to replace the blue and possibly even the teal of the Midnight Purple 2 with shades of green. God, that would look... Can I say sexy? Is that allowed? I don't care. You know it would be. It would be. All right, let's do this. Mustang Marathon. Even though I haven't had one for a while, I want to rapid fire some really awesome things I've seen related to the Mustang platform. Even though this car isn't with us anymore, thanks to Big Ultima Energy, I still think it's prudent we talk about why that dude in blue's Sub-Zero 10-speed S550 GT was special. It was worked on by National Speed and equipped with a VMP Odin supercharger and made 750 wheel horsepower on a stock motor, apart from the supercharger. It wasn't built, nothing like that. Talk about it being a hell of a daily too, and you know for a fact that the 10-speed is keeping you in the power constantly, so you're just ripping and it never stops. I guess the downside is that the 10-speed downshifts aren't that great and you lose gas mileage, but who cares, all right? Still a sad loss, though, but it's good that everyone is okay. But do you know what happens when you build a Coyote? Well, you get into the 4-figure power numbers. I mean, good grief. Here's a Roush Mustang with a built Coyote. This would be a Gen 2 Coyote, I believe. So VMP put the Gen 3R on it. This thing made 1,001 wheel horsepower, and boy, oh boy, I'd be thrilled. I gotta ask though, do Roush Mustangs use the MT82? I just never hear good things about the MT82 cars. It always sounds like they're made of glass. I guess T56 or TR6060 is the way to go, or whatever it is in the GT350. The TR1605, it's a Tremec. That's all I know. I can never remember the part number for it. It's in the Mach 1 as well, or it was. Ripped to the Mach 1. It's in the Dark Horse, though, I'm pretty sure. An S650 Mustang GT is $31,000. Not bad for 480 horsepower and a 6-speed manual. Especially in 2024 when the government is trying their darndest to neuter every sports car on the planet. So how much extra do you have to pay for a Dark Horse, which gets you a Tremec TR... Oh, I have the part number right here. Which gets you a Tremec TR3160 transmission instead of the MT82 and the GT, and 20 more horsepower. I need to zoom this in. Nearest makes no difference, $27,000. A Dark Horse is 58 grand starting out. I mean, shouldn't the GT come with a Tremec at this point? I mean, the horsepower doesn't matter. That's an imperceptible difference. 20 horsepower, that's not a lot. No one's going to feel that. Apart from the drivetrain, where's the value? I feel like you're banking on scarcity marketing with this one, Ford. I'm sorry. It looks cool, but I don't know. It's not like the GTD where it's engineered to be mind-blowing. Couple of neat things you may want to see. That dude in blue had got to drive a bolt-on modded 650, and while it was a 10-speed, even he commented on the Dark Horse's drivetrain edge over the standard manual GT. So, VMP has partnered with Whipple to bolt a Gen 6 3.0 supercharger onto a 10-speed S650 GT. The power? Well, 800 wheel horsepower. This is a huge option to have, especially since, as far as I'm aware, no one has cracked the ECUs yet. I'm assuming they're able to tune these cars through a partnership with Ford, like they have the license to do it or something. But interestingly, this is unverified. I'm just kind of curious. I've seen a lot of people arguing in the comments, which is not unusual for car content, that a lot of people who have this tune or this package or whatever is apparently really bad for catalytic converters. It apparently melts them, getting the Whipple tune or whatever it is, or the VMP tune. Apparently, it's not really all that street-worthy by the EPA's standards. Not that we really like them all that much. So I guess just run Bluetooth cats. You know what I mean? Or we can abolish the EPA because they suck anyways. I mean, it's either going to be the EPA or the DOT that's going to have their own version of Waco eventually, or Ruby Ridge. Well, actually, it'd be Ruby Ridge first, wouldn't it? It'll be some dude, modifying trucks and just wanting to be left alone, and SWAT teams show up and just people die for no reason. That's probably what's going to happen. All over modified cars. You think that sounds ridiculous, but just remember, whenever you say the government wouldn't do that. Are you sure? Can you say with 100% certainty the government wouldn't do that? Whatever you're talking about, not just this. What's a line they're not willing to cross? Anyways, we should never doubt the depths of the government will go to betray the people they are charged with serving. Speaking of which, I'm thinking of starting a blacklist. Oh, and let's also put on the hater blockers for this one, because I'm thinking of starting a blacklist of all the politicians that subscribe to this pro-EPA, sports cars are evil nonsense, EVs for the win bullshit. And you know what? I have a script here, but I already have a list going. In fact, let's head on over real quick, just for a moment. Let's go to the list. I have it right here, I think. Oh, where is it? Yeah. So it's called the Anti and Pro Sports Car Blacklist. And you know what? At first I was just going to do this for US only, but we're going to make this international. Everyone deserves to be called out for selling out. Because I am a firm believer that the people who are supporting electric cars and truly believe they are good for the environment, that buying brand new cars and appliances is good for the environment, that producing new things using these materials is good, are just misguided. They're just misguided. They want to feel like they're doing a good thing, but they're not. And then you've got the people in power that are using these people's misguided thoughts to stay in office by saying, we're all the good guys because we believe in passing this stuff for the sake of the world and for the sake of humanity, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. We care. Now vote, please. When really, more than likely, they're just trying to farm light side points, or what's probably more likely is they have money in the EV industry somewhere, and they're just saying, well, I'd like to make my money a little faster, so let's just make the regulations change so that internal combustion engines are just not, viable anymore to try and sell. Let's just tax them out of existence. We'll regulate them. At least we'll start with new vehicles, and we'll say new vehicles must be EV, but we will find a way to make it into law that people must get rid of their old internal combustion engine cars too. You think they wouldn't do that? Just remember what I told you. Is there anything the government isn't willing to do? Do they care about how much they inconvenience Americans? Does your government in your country give a shit about how uncomfortable they make you feel? All right. So, let's start off with California because they've got a whole bunch of winners over there. And this guy is aptly named as well. We've talked about him before. We've got Senator Scott Wiener, Senate Bill 961. He basically wants to put GPS and camera-based speed limiters in new cars. Every person in California, he probably wants this to just be a full federal law. Let's be real here. And for some reason, other states are going to think this is a great idea. That every person's car should have GPS tracking and cameras mandated by the government to control how fast someone is driving. And to kind of flesh it out, basically the cameras will read speed signs. The GPS will also check to see what the posted limit is based on the road that the GPS sees that you're on, and a whole host of other things like that. So if the GPS says the speed limit of a given road is 65, I guess the leeway is you can't go 10 over or something like that. So the fastest you can go is 70 or 75, no matter what. Doesn't matter if you're dying, doesn't matter if you're about to shit yourself. It doesn't matter. Not that I've ever actually sped because I need to shit myself or take a shit. That's a weird phrasing. I'm not interested. I don't need to be told when to not use my car's horsepower. I have a clean driving record. I'm not an idiot. End of story. I don't need to be told how to drive a vehicle. I'll just, when I want to, I'll go fast. Could be on a track, might not be. If you don't want me to do that you're going to have to be hiding in some bushes because I don't do it around other people. So you'll never be able to prove a damn thing. Illinois. This is deeply disappointing. And these two names are from responses I got for writing to them about various things that I found disappointing about what the EPA is trying to do. So first up, we got Richard J. Durbin of Illinois. And he supports the federal promotion of electric vehicles in the name of stopping or hindering climate change. He believes that everyone buying newly built electric vehicles is a good thing. Sure. And now we've got Senator Tammy Duckworth, and she wants to support EPA's proposed emission standards for 2027 plus model year cars, which means that internal combustion engines are just going to get regulated out of existence should she and the EPA have their way. And also she opposed the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchase Act. She's basically saying, no, you do not have the right to choose what type of vehicle you use to transport yourself. I want to make that choice for you. That is Senator Tammy Duckworth. I won't be voting for her. Not by a long shot. I don't need the government to tell me which car is worth driving. All right, let's go to the community post and let's see who you guys have called out. All right, we've got a comment from Sprite Vids 101 saying Sadiq Khan imposed the ULEZ system on the whole of London, forcing people less fortunate to pay £13 every day to just drive down to the shops unless they own a clean vehicle. Isn't that called like the congestion charge or something? We've got the Tory party pushing hard for a 2030 combustion engine ban, but automakers are starting to fight back as EVs aren't yet profitable nor sustainable, as our electrical grids lack the capacity to support them. I mean, no offense to England, but a lot of your roads barely can support the vehicles that are already there. Electric cars, you got no shot. A lot of your roads have the width necessary for horse carriages, not vehicles, buses, and everything else. Let's put this in here. We'll put other nations. I mean, this is the country that also doesn't want the Nissan GTR in there because it's too loud in stock form. So this doesn't surprise me. No offense. No offense to the Brits, even though I love England. That's just ridiculous. That's it for now. I love collecting the names of shitty U.S. government officials, though. I just think people get a little hung up on, you know, we need to vote for this president and not this president, when we kind of have to start nitpicking the other people, too. I feel like we all get sucked into the reality show that is the U.S. election. We really need to start getting a little more micromanaging on all of these other clowns that are running our countries. And while we're at it, I mean, this is purely a tangent that I am not qualified to speak on. I don't even know where I would begin to do research on this, so I'd rather consult with people that are qualified, but I also, while I go and do that off camera, I want to start a discussion with you guys. I want to see if you guys feel the same ways I do, on a mature level, not like in a whiny crybaby sort of way. I mean, maybe that TikTok lawyer is listening, Ugo Lord or whatever. Ugo Lord? I'm not sure. Let me refer to the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Declaration of Independence refers to the pursuit of happiness as an unalienable right, something that should not and cannot ever be taken away. So tell me how, because this is probably how the government thinks and how some Karens think, tell me how a race car that is heavily modified, which impacts its emissions to a degree and is driven extremely infrequently on tracks in front of spectators that want to see it, are willingly there at sanctioned events, is detrimental to anyone's living experience. How does that infringe upon the rights of others? Because if you can't make an argument that it does, there's a problem. Heavily modifying cars is an expensive hobby enjoyed by a small part of the world population. There's a lot of us, but it is definitely still a niche. Putting the automotive hobby in a regulatory stranglehold for the sake of the world and its environment doesn't math out when you realize it's still a niche when we're talking about especially the upper echelon vehicles. A $300,000 passion project built off of a street car isn't infringing upon anyone's rights because there's no tangible impact it can have on the quality of life of the greater population. But the government wants to fine the owner of this theoretical car for tampering with the engine, the fuel system, the function of the emissions equipment, the sound, or whatever else. When on the grand scale, it means nothing from an environmental standpoint. Targeting cars like this is petulant, and I would like to argue that it actually infringes upon the unalienable right to pursue happiness. And for some people, building their dream custom vehicles is their pursuit of happiness. Stopping that when it hurts absolutely no one is a cruel joke. Let me know what you guys think. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. Like, how is my sports car so detrimental to society that it needs to be regulated out of existence? Why are all the politicians and the celebrities flying around on private jets allowed to have an opinion on how I affect the world with my one sports car? It's ridiculous. Why do we have to suffer the opinion and decision making of people who pretend to give a shit about the rest of us? Moving on to Mustang stuff. The APR GTC 200 wing for the S550, it's a really nice part. I kind of miss having an APR wing on one of my cars, but I'm not putting an APR wing on my M3. It's going to be, I think it's called an AJ Hartman wing. But what I like about the APR wing for the S550 Mustang is that I think it looks actually better than the GT500 wing on the Shelby car, the OEM thing, because it actually hangs over the back of the trunk a little bit. But I get it. Manufacturers can't get a car into compliance in most areas if the wing hangs super far back beyond the rear bumper. I don't know why. I don't care, because when you do it with an aftermarket part, it doesn't matter. It's probably illegal, but anyone who enforces that possible rule is about as big of a loser as you can possibly be. Classic restorations. Remember how I was talking about what I'd put a Roush Yates FR9 Cup car engine into? Well, what about this? Something like a Ford Mustang Boss 429 in the style of this classic recreations build. Bare chassis restoration, roll cage, maybe a dual clutch. That'd be kind of cool. Then my wife would be able to drive it. Obviously lower it, fender flares and wider tires, and man, with that cup car sound with the proper side exit boom tubes that I don't fully understand, I bet it would be a work of art. That would be a nice thing going down the road. On the other end of the spectrum though, you've got Weston Champlin's Cummins Mustang. How could you possibly make it any more awesome? Well, to Weston, the answer must have been really obvious, because it wasn't to me, because he would have said 1,500 horsepower. And with the stat coming out of the hood reaching out into space, it's like a redneck scientist's unicorn. And I'm sure there's a country slang pun hidden in there somewhere. He's from Kansas as well, so I'm sure there's a gold mine of possibilities for dad jokes, but it's just cool. It's cool. This goes on the list of things that make men go, hell yeah. Well, I gotta tell you, I wasn't initially all that sold on the S650 Mustang, especially the way it looks. And I guess I didn't have the imagination necessary to see if it could be modified to actually look badass. Well, thankfully, Shelby has the vision that I don't. And the S650 Super Snake is, in my opinion, a work of art. The front bumper with the black accents perfects the front end. The more aggressive hood and the side skirts complete the car. And the duckbill style trunk looks so good that I'd be curious to see what it looks like without that epic wing. 830 horsepower, Whipple 3.0, probably not unlike the VMP package, I'll be perfectly honest. But unfortunately, I'm willing to bet you can't use a dark horse to make a Super Snake, so no Shelby Mustangs with a Tremec transmission for you, even though that's exactly what I would want for this car. So, sorry but not sorry, but I guess it made too much sense, I guess. I suppose you could get one of these and do a T56 swap yourself, but these cars and their electronics are so complicated, I wonder if it would just freak out a little bit. Oh, I need glasses for this. We all love Nissan Skylines. And if you don't, well, I'm not sure how you found this video. Truly a mystery for the ages. But for everyone else with good taste, follow me as I show you some of the coolest Skyline content I've seen on YouTube in recent history. So, Liebird, the owner of, as I always like to say, the baddest R34 GTT in the US. It's got R34 GTR quarter panels, a built RB30, a Haltech standalone ECU, an R32 GTR drivetrain, I believe, so it's proper all-wheel drive, a sequential gearbox, an R35 GTR red paint job, and a fully functional street-style exhaust. No hood exits or anything like that. But you'll also notice it has GTR badges. Now we all know the only thing stopping this car from a GTR is the VIN. Because it's built like a GTR, it drives like a GTR, it sounds like one, looks like one. So, should the purists be offended. I mean, it's 2024, so they probably will be. But it's got the DNA, it's got the bones, it's got the flesh, and it's got the spirit. And it's faster than most true GTRs anyways. But hey, whatever. Purist will be purist. But I always will kind of appreciate his little detail in his bio on Instagram. Converted for the crybabies. That Racing Channel. Usually when people compare things like Supras and Skylines to supercars and hypercars, the tuner car is built to the max and the exotic is stock, which makes for a spectacle. But in this case, it's no expense spared on both sides. Only in Australia do you get an 1800 horsepower R34 GTR calling out a 2000 horsepower Huracan. That's Need for Speed right there. That's Forza Horizon 5 in real fucking life. Actually, which one was based in Australia? Forza Horizon 3, I think. Maybe. And I'm sitting here with my 340 horsepower thinking, does it matter who's the fastest anymore? It takes so much to be the fastest now. You have to be so fast and have so much money. But it's just incredible to see how fast cars can be these days. Except for EVs. We don't like those. Also, man, I wonder if I messed up naming my channel. Should I have gone with That Racing Joker? Or is The Racing Joker all good? It's kind of too late. But I've wondered that a few times. Evan Shanks, detailing his R34 GTT. How hard can it be? That rhymes a little bit. Well, it turns out pretty awkward if old fuel has been spilled on your car while it was in storage, which is a damn shame. But if I recall correctly, he got the car for like 20 or 30 grand. A crazy deal compared to what the prices are today, which is really irritating. Drive Tribe asks if the R34 GTR is over 150 grand. In terms of tangible value, no. The performance isn't six-figure performance, obviously. But in terms of emotion, yeah, I'd say so. It's nothing but emotion. That's where all the value is. But one of the main appeals of the R34 GTR for most of its life has always been that it had supercar level tuning potential and was an affordable platform to start with. I mean, 50 grand or less for an R34 GTR back in the day was a great deal as a performance platform. 150 grand or more. I mean, just in case some of you people that are slobbering on the meat of importers upcharging these things, I'm talking about like 10 years ago, right? 45,000 US, no, that's 450. 45,000 US dollars from 2014 to 2024. 2014, $45,000. The inflation brings it up to $59,000. I'll spend 60 grand on an R34 GTR all day long. That's something, you know, most ordinary people can do. I will say it's not a smart financial decision, but it's definitely doable. Today, if you spend more than 150 grand on an R34 GTR, it loses its original appeal and the original spirit of it dies. Now it's just a collector item. Now it's an investment. It's less an enthusiast machine, and now it's the sort of car that is likely to be relegated to garage queen status due to market value alone. A real shame. But if you think it's worth it, then check out Top Rank's video on financing one. Maybe that's the key to getting your dream car. Maybe this is the video for you. But just be aware, if you don't have good credit or you can't make a decent down payment, your term is going to be bazonkers, in theory. But if it's the only car you'll ever want, then maybe that's the route for you. Unfortunately, I want to have multiple cars, so I can't put all my eggs into the R34 basket. Not to that extent. I have to find another way. What I need to do is I need to learn or meet someone who can do the bidding for me, and there needs to be someone over across the pond that can inspect the car I'm bidding on, and then I can buy it, have it be imported, and maybe that'll save me some money. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to spend $200,000 on a GTR. That should lead to me getting interred at an insane asylum. But if you want to see more of Top Rank Japan's stuff, then head on over to 1320 Video to watch their awesome experience with the boys across the pond. Lots of GTRs and other JDM gems, but through the lens of outsiders looking in. So it's digestible for us Americans. Hey, do you remember this car? This is Pterodactyl Tactics R34 GTR M-Spec NER. Literally the ultimate version of the R34 GTR. At least in my... I know a lot of people are going to say the Z-Tune or something like that, but no, it's this. It's the M-Spec NER. I love the M-Spec NER, and it has the exact engine specs I want. HKS internals, HKS single turbo kit, specifically the GT34R, I'm pretty sure, and it sounds amazing. I already know that. The VCAM sounds really complicated, but it's cool that he got it working, and it was interesting seeing him learn about the differences between Motec versus Haltech, pros and cons and all that. Yo, if you're building an R34 GTT and you're dropping in an RB26 or an RB30 and you don't want to waste money on a Getrag 6-speed out of an R34 GTR and you don't want the whine of a straight-cut gearbox sequential, because you want to listen to that RB sing, then you should put in a BMW dual clutch or a ZF 8-speed. That's what I'm going to do if I get a GTT. I don't think I have to get a GTT because I have some ideas, but just bearing in mind, when you do that, you don't have to have paddle shifters or anything like that. Just a push-pull lever. You can even have a clutch pedal. No gear whine, and you can have fully functional all-wheel drive. I mean, finding a manual all-wheel drive drivetrain, you know, a normal 6-speed, it's just not worth the price. It's not worth the hassle to look for one. And we've talked about this already, but this is the R34 episode, I guess. We got to give a huge congratulations to Amelia Hartford. She made some crazy vehicle purchases lately. An R34 GTR, an R5P7 powered NASCAR Cup car, and now possibly a V12 supercar. I haven't watched that video yet, but I plan to, and you should too. But with Amelia's attention to detail and the fact she doesn't half-bake her builds, I know a GTR from her will be one for the history books. EVs. The public doesn't like them, and the government loves them. And we all know that the government has our best interests at heart, right? That should tell you everything you need to know about electric cars, since the government's stance on it is just so clear. Oh wait, no, my meds are kicking in. And I'm starting to remember, it's all bullshit. Remember all those electric cars that left people stranded in Chicago during the winter? Yeah, that was pretty bad.
I want Elon Musk to do something about this.
So electric vehicles may be the wave of the future, but a whole lot of owners are having trouble dealing with Chicago's bitter cold temperatures. Public charging stations have turned car graveyards over the past couple days.
It's a disaster, seriously.
We got a bunch of dead robots out here.
Dead robots.
You want to know what didn't leave me stranded in all the blizzards in Nebraska, Iowa, and Kansas? My Freightliner diesel semi-truck. You want to know what gas guzzler decadent sports car wasn't massively inconvenient for me? My 2006 BMW M3 E46. And if I needed an economical car for the family, my hybrid Sienna was unstoppable. Sorry for those people, but everyone who wants EVs to take over, eat shit. So I want to ask you a question. Why does the Honda Civic have a reputation for rasp and B-can noises? You know what it costs to make that sound? Just $700. No tuning, no custom fabrication. I just don't see how people can allow their cars to sound so bad when the solution is right there. Lamborghini, being one of the leaders in building striking, flashy, and bold-looking supercars, we've got to talk about their fluo capsule colors. And I'm sure I've butchered the pronunciation of that. It's an assortment of super bright matte finish colors. I've seen some people describe them as neon colors. I'll read them off for you. You got Verde Shock, which is green, Arancio Livrea, which is orange, Arancio DAC, which I think is another shade of orange, but it's a bit more red, and you've got Celeste Fedra, which is blue, and Giallo Claris, which is yellow. Now, I don't know about you, but a fluorescent orange Lambo does sound kind of cool, not gonna lie. Arancio DAC also looks pretty cool because it looks more red than orange, which is different from what I'd expect with the typical orange Lamborghini colors. This is going to be an interesting video given my current affiliation with Nissan. The GTR T-Spec. You see, I had to do a bit of searching to confirm what the T in this trim level means. I would have thought maybe it was paying homage to Hiroshi Tamura. Similar to how everyone believes the M in M-Spec of the old R34s stood for Mizuno. But no, it doesn't stand for Tamura. I actually pulled the following quote from a Speed Hunters article. The name T-Spec represents the GTR's philosophy of leading and shaping the times and is inspired by the words trend and traction. As a trend maker, the GTR is created to always be ahead of the times and the car's ability to drive with robust grip. A key characteristic engineers have always worked hard on. Make it a traction master. Well, apart from the kind of kooky name and the kind of cool looking emblems, I suppose, what do you get with your $140,000 T-Spec GTR? Well, some really cool looking aftermarket style raised wheels, midnight purple and millennium jade paint options, you got Mori green interior elements, and a quilted Alcantara headliner. Now, if you could get all that with the current Nismo exterior, that's the perfect car, especially in millennium jade. That would actually be genuinely sick. I just always go back and forth with the R35 GTR. I just love the R34 more, but I gotta move on and talk about this. The Nismo trim of the R35 GTR has an $80,000 higher starting price than the normal GTRs, sitting right at a cool $221,000. That's a bit much for me, but the package for the current GTR. Actually, here's an interesting thing that we should talk about with the R35. Where the value hasn't actually changed. So, 2008 Nissan GTR MSRP. I looked this up earlier, I just didn't write it into the script. $69,850 in July of 2008. Let's just say $70,000 US dollars from 2008 to today. $70,000 in 2008 is about $102,000 today. Nissan GTR MSRP today, it starts at 122. No, that's not correct. Does it start at 122? I thought it started at like 105. It starts at 121. Look, even with that, I get it. Money just isn't worth what it used to be as well. That's kind of also the problem. We all thought the M in M-Spec and M-Spec-ner stood for Mizuno, right? We all thought that. In fact, we all knew it. Well, apparently, that's wrong. The reason why I believe we may have been wrong all these years is because someone named Captain Bradford on Instagram showed me a couple of magazine pages containing reprints of articles from when the M-Spec was new. According to these old articles, the M in M-Spec stands for mature. And I'll tell you what, the headline, from hard to soft, M mature, riding taste of a mature old, or whatever. That's a really unfortunate translation and headline, but also mature. I much prefer the M in M-Spec standing for Mitsuno Kazutoshi. That makes much more sense. It makes it much cooler. Mature, ugh. I mean, we all thought Mitsuno Kazutoshi was the namesake of the M-Spec and the M-Spec-ner. But apparently, he has never officially told anyone it was an homage to himself. Since my whole life was a lie, and T-Spec isn't Tamura, M-Spec isn't Mizuno, if V-Spec isn't victory, then what the heck does the V stand for? I don't want to know, but I'm sure you guys are going to tell me the possibilities in the comments. A lot of you are going to get your comments held for review automatically by YouTube, just FYI. But it also kind of makes me go, I'm not going to bother buying an M-Spec or a M-Spec-ner now. I'll just get a V-Spec or a normal GTR. That'll save me a lot of money too. Especially if I can bid onto the car. If I can spend 90 grand on a GTR, I will be happy. I can find it within my budget so that I don't buy it and then later think of myself as a complete moron for overspending. I win. The Mark IV Ford GT is an insane machine. 800 horsepower. Headlights that remind me of, well, the Wii Play laser hockey game for some reason. Don't ask me why. And it's also got doors that go up. And I love the overall design. This contradicts what I said earlier, but the aero discs look really cool, actually. They found a way to pull it off. And, of course, the insane wing. I'll never complain about a big wang. But here's the sad news. There will be no street legal version of this car. Not that I'm the target customer base. I don't have the budget. I'm not in the pay bracket or whatever it's called. You know, why make the race car look cooler and then opt out of making a street car? That's like Lamborghini making the Huracan Evo 2 look so cool and then not making a street version. It just feels like a missed opportunity. So, the Anfini RX-7. I don't know. I just learned about the existence of Mazda's old luxury car brand, so I probably butchered that pronunciation. Kind of hilarious how back in the day, every manufacturer had a whole smorgasbord, which I think is a Swedish word, of brands for different levels of luxury or performance. Apparently, Mazda was no different. And in this That Dude in Blue video on this particular RX-7 is especially interesting. I don't entirely understand what makes the car different because I don't think it comes with a 3-rotor, though they do make a comment in the video saying it would have been so much nicer if these cars came with the 3-rotor rather than the Cosmo, which I'm still kind of learning about all of the rotary nomenclature and stuff like that. I'm slowly getting pulled into it. I do think I need a 3-rotor RX-7 one day. Does the new Subaru WRX TR satisfy STI cravings? No. But if you want to know why that's my answer to the smoking tires question, well then here we go. This is the generation of the WRX that killed the STI. This was their chance to revamp a legend and improve upon the fresh design of the previous generation, which they sorta did, even if the taillights are a bit Civic Type R-ish and the black fender trim looks a little strange. If those were proper fender flares accommodating for actual wider tires, we'd be having a different conversation. But no, an STI is what someone shopping for an STI wants. Let's not forget that the next generation of STI is also going to be an electric car of some kind, not even a hybrid. And I'll tell you right now, in 2028, no one will want that, even when it's the only option. You took away my meatloaf. It wasn't very good meatloaf, but now all that's left is a plate of shit. I'd still rather eat the meatloaf than the plate of excrement. If the plate of excrement is my only option, I guess I'll just starve. What's your dream Ferrari? A lot of people will say the F40, which I can understand. 2.9 liter twin turbocharged V8, and it sounds, well, it just sounds so proper. Obviously. But I grew up thinking its successor looked and sounded really cool. Having been born in 1998 and growing up playing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 for a good chunk of my childhood, the Ferrari F50, which was powered by a 4.7 liter naturally aspirated V12, is more the soundtrack I'd be after with a car body like this. I guess I was never exposed to the F40 all that much, so maybe that's the reason why I prefer the F50. I don't see the appeal with it versus something like a McLaren F1 or something like that. Why would you choose the F40 over the McLaren? Hell, I even prefer the CLK GTR, the street car, over the F40. The F40 is a special thing, though. That's the original Holy Trinity, before the word hypercar was really a thing that people used, because supercars were basically the best of the best, and you couldn't screw with them, that was it. Amelia Hartford's VIN serial number 28 3LZ equipped C8 Corvette Z06 is for sale. For some reason. My whole stance on the C8 has always been that I've never been quite sold on the looks, but have always been absolutely astonished by the performance per dollar these things have to offer. The Stingray was already impressive, but the Z06 with the flat plane LT6 V8 is just, it's astounding. It leaves me genuinely flabbergasted. 670 naturally aspirated horsepowers. I'll say it again and again and again, and GM will never do this because they want it to be exclusive, I guess. They gotta make the Z06 engine a crate engine. I don't care how expensive it is. It is so special. This car and its power plant are so exclusive, it's actually offensive. Atrociously so. If it weren't so exclusive. People would be swapping this engine into absolutely everything if it was available. It could make so many cars sound so beautiful. The day someone finally wrecks, this feels like a really awful thing to say, a C8 Z06, and someone takes the engine and puts it into an E46, a 3 Series, and builds a GTR, or a Miata maybe, a Lotus, or an SLC super light kit car, or even imagine a drift car having that engine. It would just, or a road court, I don't know. It's so many missed opportunities, and it's so irritating. Why do people not make flat plane crate engines? Why does it just not exist? Take my damn money. Matt Watson of CarWow goes into the lesser-known details of some of the craziest cars in the world. He even cold starts a few. We're talking supercars and hypercars. And I've always liked to think of myself as a P1 fanboy, but I just simply never knew that the McLaren P1 comes with 3 cup holders. That's more than my E46 M3. Look at the price gap. Do I have to spend $2 million to have 3 cup holders? Is that what you're telling me? I mean, not to mention I get 900 horsepower, doors that go up, a brilliant exterior, an awesome engine. Yeah, okay, maybe there's some more stuff that's creating this value. It's really honestly kind of embarrassing for a manufacturer like Lamborghini and their $700 cup holders that are not standard in things like the Huracan and the Aventador, because they just look so flimsy. They look like they're 1 atom wide. So I think I'll just opt for the P1 instead. I'll just need to take out a 300-year loan, at least on my current income. Sweet bejesus. The C8 Corvette is amazing, or at least it's a crazy amount of performance for not a lot of money. The C8 Z06 is also especially remarkable. That said, I'm not really a fan of the looks. I've never been really a Corvette guy. But there may be a solution to my very particular and kind of pointless conundrum. The Rezvani Beast. Think of it like the Disco Volante. That coach builder company car that was based off of the Alfa Romeo 8C. This monster is based on the C8 Corvette. And I especially love the front end. It's like a blend of Aston Martin Vulcan and Aston Martin Victor. And the rear end to me kind of looks like a Maserati MC20, which is cool. Nothing wrong with that. That and also the Lotus Emira. The only thing I would change about it is the exhaust placement. I don't really like the way the exhaust exits on this car. I think on a car like this, you need a center exit. But even more importantly, someone's got to do this to a C8 Z06. Either way, though, it's a really cool creation, but at $485,000, it is a bit expensive. So, touring spec. I've noticed some people, albeit this is a very small amount of people, use the term touring to describe hardcore wing-equipped cars that have been softened a little bit and, most importantly, have had their wings removed or clipped. It's like they've been declawed almost. The 911 GT3 Touring is the source of this whole thing, unless if I am confidently mistaken. Shmee called Houston Crosta's wingless Huracan STO a Huracan STO Touring, but why would you want something like a GT3 without a wing? More so, why is a 911 GT3 $183,000, but a 911 ST is $290,000? That's more than a GT3 RS. What are you paying for? Is it because it has the same horsepower as an RS, but it's a 6-speed manual? Is it basically just a modern 911R? Which was, I think, supposed to be the last manual 911. I'm sure I'm going to get stabbed in the comments, but the Audi 5-cylinder is a perfect engine for a low-budget supercar or an entry-level supercar. It has the right sounds, and thanks to the turbocharger, it can produce proper supercar horsepower. Well, the KTM Expo GTX is where it's at. I think this car looks Well, absolutely fantastic. It looks like a Batmobile. Only thing I don't like about it is the way the cockpit opens. It's a cool gimmick, but it does kind of turn the car into a coffin if you end up flipping the thing. And again, I've noticed this with a lot of modern cars lately, but I do not like the taillights. Why can no one make good-looking taillights? But $270,000 for a track-ready toy is pretty cool. And unless if I'm blind, this is a really cool package because it looks like you'd be getting to have more than just mechanical grip. This looks like the sort of car that will handle better the faster you go. I would love a car like that. Something beyond mechanical grip. That just sounds like that would have such a neat learning curve to it. Oh, I gotta put on glasses for this. I like talking about Lambos. The Lamborghini Revuelto. I'm hoping that once the SV model of this car comes out, I'll actually start to like the way this thing looks. The rear end just looks like the rear end of an animal. That's the nicest way I can say it, mainly due to the unfortunate placement of the exhaust. I find it so unappealing to look at. But the S650 Super Snake makes the base GT look good, so hopefully, Lamborghini has the resources to pull this off. Lamborghini can save this, in my eyes, because this matters. This is important. This is a world-class problem, also known as a first world problem. People will buy it, ultimately, but it needs the SV treatment, and the exhaust needs to be relocated. I would say it should pay homage to, like, the Murcielago SV, or the old Diablo, almost. But the car just also doesn't sing like an Aventador or howl like a Mercy. So I'm not sure what would suit the car the most. Let's just hope the Revuelto isn't too performance-focused, because to me that's never been what Lamborghini is about. It is more so today, and, living in the past doesn't get me anywhere. But I also don't like electric cars, so I'm going to be living in the past to an extent no matter what. Moving on, the Lamborghini Temerario, or Temerario. It's a me, Temerario. I'm super excited to talk about... I don't need these glasses. I'm super excited to talk about this car when it's finally properly unveiled. Rest in peace to the beloved V10, but I'm going to try and stay positive here. Perhaps the twin-turbo V8 powertrain will be more accessible from a tuning standpoint. This car could totally transform TX2K. Hopefully the ECU isn't uncrackable. We've called a lot of ECUs in the past uncrackable, and we've cracked them, but, they're getting better at trying to stop us. But I'll tell you what, the Huracan successor, so far, looks a lot better than the Revuelto. If the fan renders are to be believed, and if the camo spy shots are not deceiving me too much on the car's body lines, I think it's going to look a lot better. What do you guys think? Will this new twin-turbo V8 setup make it too much like a McLaren? Or will the distinct lack of glitchy electronics that turn your supercar into a $300,000 sarcophagus make up for it? Will it sound like a Koenigsegg with a digit taken off of the price? Either way, though, no matter what side you're on, there's going to be a bit of a debate once the V10 is gone and the V8 shows up. It's going to be a divisive topic. So let's hope this car is really freaking cool.
Hey guys, Tom here. Just wanted to interject myself into the clip here. I'm still editing the video, as you can see. That was a weird angle, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. I am working on the video. I just wanted to say that I am aware of the fact that the Huracan successor's V8 powertrain will be capable of revving up to 10,000 RPMs, which is insane. That will sound absolutely amazing, whether it's cross-plane or flat-plane. It's going to sound better than a McLaren. I think it's going to sound more menacing than a Ferrari. So I'm excited either way. It's going to be twin turbo. It's probably going to sound like a NASCAR Cup car, which is funny because that's what I've been researching lately, because I want to make a Mustang sound like a Cup car. But yeah, Huracan successor, 10,000 RPM V8. I don't think you're going to hear any complaints from me. As long as it looks better than the Revuelto, I think we're good. Might be a little hard to choose between that and the Huracan, to be honest.
Why do Evo 10s always sound like they're being short-shifted? Is it the red line? Does the exhaust manifold just give a really deep tone or note? My dream Evo was always the FQ400, and I finally found a clip of one on a dyno. I forgot these things had center exit exhaust, by the way, which is just kind of weird. It doesn't really suit the car all that much, but it sounds like the driver is barely letting it stretch its legs. But more importantly, did they ever sell the FQ400 in any left-hand drive markets? Or are they all right-hand drive? What would it take to convert one, I wonder? I mean, from like a GCR to an FQ400 spec. Genuine. Not right-hand drive, left-hand drive. I don't hate myself that much taking an FQ400 and doing a right-hand drive to left-hand drive conversion. I'm sure it's possible, but Jesus, it's not worth it. I think I'd rather chew on cotton wool or tin foil mixed with olive oil than try and figure out how to do something like that. Daily driven exotics pulled off the craziest McLaren 720S build I'm pretty sure the world has ever seen. It's got 1,300 horsepower and a body kit to match the power. I have personally never liked the so-called shark-inspired design of the 720 and the 750. It always felt to me like a watered-down P1 front end. The rear end is sick though, but this Duke Dynamics kit makes it a whole other beast. And to be honest, once this thing is running and at full health, why bother with hypercars when you can have something like this? I mean, apart from the fact that this car probably requires high performance fuel to run, and I'm willing to bet it sucks it back really fast. This car will definitely draw the same amount of attention as a P1, if not more. It will probably draw a crowd more than a Koenigsegg or, you know, a Senna or a LaFerrari, all of those cars. And on top of that, it has a crazy story, and it's a beloved vehicle. It's had the engine blow up from being thrashed around on, and it got rear-ended by a kid in a Challenger Hellcat, and now look at it. It's made its way back. It's bounced back, and it is insane. Hey, do you guys remember the Chiron that went over 300 miles an hour? Well, they made a road-going version of it, the Chiron 300 Plus. I didn't know either. Here's Shmee driving it, and yes, again, they made it. But more to the point, Bugatti just seems to be the company that has the same mindset as a kid on the playground playing pretend. Everything you just did, +1, +5, +10. Oh yeah, my car is made of space carbon and runs on demon fuel. Oh, your car has 12 cylinders? Well, mine here has 16. Bugatti is putting a V16 into something. The Chiron successor, I guess. I don't know what. But it sounds actually insane and actually beautiful. I don't know why I care though. These cars are so insanely expensive, but never say never. Let's just hope that it looks a little bit better than the Chiron. My main criticism of the Veyron was it looked too much like a bug. It doesn't make sense. I just don't like the look of it. The Chiron looked a little better. If they could just make the next car a little bit nicer. You know, let's hope they don't, because then my dream car is going to change. And that's never a good thing.
Yeah, so the Bugatti Tourbillon, it's basic. This is the car that is receiving the incredible sounding V16 engine. So I know for a fact I didn't talk about this while I was recording initially. So again, I'm editing. I wanted to just look up what tourbillon is as well, as apparently it's some sort of mechanism in watches that helps keep the time accurate, I guess. I searched the word tourbillon watch in Google, and I got a Richard Mille RM 68-01 Serial Congo for $2.5 million for a watch. Okay, whatever you say. The car looks mostly like kind of a stretched out Chiron. It still looks pretty cool, but I gotta say, the sound of that V16, it sounds like two NASCAR Cup car engines being stretched super thin, like way past their red line, and it just sounds stereophonic is the best way I can describe it. It's this neat mashup of noise. Might be the first Bugatti I actually like. Bugatti? The first Bugatti. Bugatti. I need to go to bed. It's 11 p.m., but I need to finish this video. I'm gonna wait for 10,000 years working on this video.
The Ford Raptor R. I am actually really stoked that Ford has built this crazy machine. It's a Ford F-150 Raptor, but with a GT500 Predator engine as the power plant. Meanwhile, Dodge is building a so-called electric muscle car that sounds like an angry stray cat that wants to sleep with your other cat. I'm tired, okay? Ford is putting a 700 horsepower V8 into a pickup truck. And yeah, I know they're putting the Huracan Inline 6 into the next Dodge muscle car, but anyone who likes muscle cars and V8s just doesn't care. Put it this way, you could have a delicious A5 steak in the F-150 Raptor R, or you could have the unseasoned Huracan Inline 6 Swedish meatballs for like 30 cents, same thing at this point, or the EV version, which is just a single leaf of spinach. Gotta love beautiful things dying so people who pretend to care about the environment can jerk themselves off. The Toyota FTSE. Toyota is making another sports car, apparently. Could it be a spiritual successor to the MR2, like that dude in blue is speculating? Well, maybe. But there's only one problem.
And the concept was fully electric, which seems to be a common theme nowadays.
Well, that certainly leaves a sour taste in your mouth, doesn't it? But perhaps Toyota agrees, because they truly do seem to care about the enthusiast market. And you'd have to be certifiably brain dead to think you could ever convince the majority of enthusiasts to ever spend their money on a fully electric sports car. It's inconceivable. So what are the trials and tribulations of owning a Koenigsegg? Well, Stradman is leasing his Koenigsegg HH for the tax advantages. Apparently, by leasing instead of financing, he can expense his monthly payments, whereas on a financed asset, he can only expense up to $18,000. It's a little messy, but that's kind of the gist of it. He pays $35,000 a month to drive the HH, but hey, one day he can just buy the car outright because it's gorgeous, and why wouldn't he? And of course, the Agera is an amazing machine, and they're even more special when you get to see one in a place like the US, because, well, we aren't really supposed to be able to have them, according to Need for Speed. But the HH is an exception as far as I understand. By the way, if you want to see Stradman chasing the top speed of his Agera, boom, here you go. Takeover clowns wish... No, hold on, I gotta put on the hater blockers for this, because I know I'm about to be ticking off some lobotomy patients. Takeover clowns wish they were this skilled. 1320 video in Japan? Sounds like a good time to me. And in this video, they experience some mountain drifting. About as authentic as it gets. But, have you ever heard of deliberately drifting across every single lane of a highway? Zigzagging from side to side with perfect vehicle control? I gotta tell you, it definitely beats spinning out on purpose, which is apparently what a rollback is. Spinning out on purpose. Which is basically the same as saying, oh yeah, I meant to do that. The Lamborghini Rebenton. I distinctly remember the episode of Top Gear where Jeremy Clarkson teaches everyone how to say Rebenton rather than Reventon. It's a crazy looking machine, but still ultimately just looks a little bit too much like an unfinished Aventador. But this roadster version driven by Shmee is actually pretty cool. I'd still take the Veneno over it though, but not the Roadster. I'm not a huge fan of convertibles, though Targa style is always okay, I suppose. Lamborghini sure does love to do special edition reskins of the flagship V12 supercars, the Countach being a big example, and I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun doing that sort of thing with the Revuelto platform. Yo, this is crazy. This blew my mind when I noticed this. I found a clip of Captain Sparkles in a Daily Driven Exotics video from years ago, and he was driving a freaking Ford GT. So I did some searching and found this. Apparently on his second channel, cars is a pretty consistent motif. Ain't that a trip? The dude who came up with so many legendary Minecraft song covers is a gearhead. We found another one, boys. I wonder how many other non-automotive YouTubers are secretly gearheads as well. I know PewDiePie and Cinnamon Toast Ken aren't, which is disappointing. Is Markiplier a car guy? What about Jacksepticeye? I do vaguely remember Call Me Kevin saying he likes Ford Mustangs. There's also Ant Venom, but I would actually be pretty surprised if he was a car guy, but you never know, and I can't really think of anyone else. I don't actually watch a whole lot of YouTubers. Maybe Moist Critical? Does he even own a car? No, he owns a car. He was sitting in a car for when he did that Taco Bell video. Sorry, my ADD's taking over. This is why I have a script. Whenever I think of Thailand, I think of really spicy freaking curry, beautiful scenery, and animals, and one of the wildest automotive scenes in the world. But I had no idea that there was a truck scene, reminiscent of the modified truck scene in Japan. These things are completely transformed. Nothing looks to be unchanged in these things. But even more so, these guys also race these things. The things people do in some parts of the world. I suppose one day I should get myself a rig for fun. A Peterbilt maybe, or another Cascadia, and just totally deck it out on the inside. Hey, remember when I was talking about the Ferrari F50? Well, if you want to see an in-depth look into the F40, because maybe you're not in the same camp as I am, then you'll appreciate CarWow's episode all about it. Are you epileptic? Well, prepare to die. Specifically at the hands of Alex Choi and the flashiest supercar in the world. A Huracan Super Trofeo Evo street car is already a special thing, but instead of breaking necks, this thing melts retinas. You see, in this video, it's wearing a jacket made out of 30,000 LEDs. I mean, forget merely being visible at night. This thing is visible from space. It doesn't look to be particularly durable though, definitely not weatherproof. What cars are considered to be the best sounding in the world? I mean, you've got the Carrera GT, the Murcielago, the first gen Gallardo, you got the LaFerrari, the BMW M3 GTR, the Ferrari 458. There's a lot to choose from. But the Lexus LFA is definitely the go-to vote for a lot of people. So prepare to have your heart broken as you watch these clips of a crashed LFA from That Dude in Blue's video about this wrecked example, and hopefully its future restoration. The car is so special, bespoke, and fairly old now at this point that maintaining it alone, let alone repairing it, it's no doubt going to be a massive undertaking. Sourcing parts, affording them, that's no mean feat. But I hope the owner succeeds in reviving this legendary car. They seem to really care about it, so I'm rooting for them. But now, let's end the episode on something a little different. You see, Insta360 has a camera called the Go 3, and I think it might just be the best camera for POV driving videos. Have a look, and thank you for watching today's episode of The Ice Age. I'll see you all next time. No, I forgot to wash my windshield. Oh, I'm really sorry. That probably looks absolutely disgusting. Oh, what the hell? No one does construction quite like my town. What is it, raining or something? Or are those trees dripping water on me? All kinds of liquid on my windshield. I guess I'll turn the wipers on. Okay, we're in downtown Alton. I don't know if you can see that on the wall over there. It's a green Honda. It's lightly sprinkling, clearly. I gotta adjust that mirror. There we go. Always have your mirrors set up properly, kids. There goes a Jaguar, or a Jaguar. We'll listen to the car a little bit. See how the Insta360 Go 3 catches the
the noise. I guess it is raining. I can turn the wipers on full tilt. Full beans. We're catching up to Mr. Jaguar. Whenever I see that, I think of the Project 8. The Project 8 was a cool car. I'm staying away from that way. I'm not going that way because freaking that would mean going on 270. And 270 is a real mess pretty much every day. Oh, now it's raining. I don't imagine the driving footage I'm going to be getting today will be fantastic because it's raining, but you know what? It's better than nothing. I'm racing a oh, I forget what those cars are called. Frickin' a Mercury. My grandfather had a Mercury. Oh, Jesus. A Mercury Mountaineer for a while. I think the Mercury Mountaineer was the first car I ever drove. I was like 14 or 13 or something. Obviously, I was just in the parking lot, but still, first car I ever actually controlled myself. Here we go. I'm not gonna push the limits of this car's grip too much because it's wet, but we should be fine. That's how you merge, like a boss. Hello, Mr. Temp Tag. Let's see, are you expired? It's always good to check. Nope. Wait, hold on. Yes, you are. Your tag says September 13th, 2022. Well, that's certainly interesting now, ain't it? I wonder if it's a, is it a Missouri tag? I can't tell from here. It's a very Missouri thing to do. Well, St. Louis thing to do, I should say. All I saw was yellow. We're in the clear. I wonder how tall that is. I wonder if that's 13.6 or a little taller. It looks a little taller than 13.6. I can hear it rattling around. God, the roads in this state are freaking trash. It does look pretty tall. Trying to make sure you guys can actually see a lot of the road ahead. I'm not sure what FOV I have you on. 1 second. I have you on linear. Linear. We can test out another FOV later. Oh, this mount. There we go. Friggin' Ford Explorer. Look like a cop from a mile away. Even though I know you're empty, Mr. Probably Peter. Oh, there's two of you. Damn. Well. Oh, no, we're fine. Find your gears. I don't want to zip around you if you don't. Oh, you don't have your signal on. Wanted to give him a chance to get over if you wanted to. Freaking, the water ain't making any sense today. This isn't productive either. I wonder how that's all gonna sound on this newfangled camera. All right, here comes the water again. Ah. It's the water's trying to come back. I don't know why. Just make up your damn mind. I keep turning off my windshield wipers and turning them back on. Jesus. So freaking bumpy. Taking it easy on the wet roads. Welcome to the McKinley Bridge. Well, we're about to go on to, what is that, 70? Anything's better than 270. Come on, people. Go, go, go. You run the light every other time. I don't see what difference it makes in what difference it is today. It's lightly raining, but like the windshield wiper settings are there's nothing, extremely intermittent, and then just constant. This is not a fast moving light. Oh, for Christ's sake. The truck's made it at least. The hell? So I guess the battery got too low, so now I'm just holding the camera in my hand. So we didn't get to record me merging there. So I think I should only be recording in interesting areas. I'm not sure. Oh, we got the arch over there. Okay, well that's fine. We're learning. We're learning. Okay, off we go. We got the, point you down just a little bit. No. All right, we are recording. Heart monitor goes back in my pocket. Wallet's in there. It's a bit rainy now. Let's get rid of all that. There we go. Putting it in gear would help. This time around, I'm gonna film the drive back because, well, it'll be more exciting than the drive here because I'm more in the St. Louis area, South County. So this should be much more fun to film anyways. I didn't realize the battery life on the camera was so short, but that is okay. You live and you learn. I'm just glad I am making a right turn. Making a right turn, making my way downtown. Did it do, did it do. Oh, nice estate there. It's really cool. I'm gonna have to just go with this gap here. It's the best I'm gonna hope for. It's a good thing it's raining. I got a light on my dash that says I'm low on wiper fluid. Ain't that embarrassing? I'm a Ford F-150. So I guess this is what it's like having a commute like a normal human being. I'm not used to feeling like a human being. So here we are. I'm Tom, the racing joker. Authentic human being. Oh my God, I'm in a BMW using my turn. Sir, that's a shoulder, not a lane. I can't exactly have that much fun because, well, it's a bit wet. And while some things are great slippery, tires and roads, unless you're trying to get yourself into trouble, is, well, you know, it's kind of obvious. I don't want to do a demonstration on what hydroplaning is. I don't want to become a goddamn meme. I'm also not the sort of person who likes to pretend to be Ayrton Senna. I haven't really let the car warm up yet. This is only 55. 55 ain't much of a free-for-all. Uh-oh. Well, someone's having a bad day. All right, Mr. X5, don't ride my bumper too much. I'm hoping being in this lane is fine. Technically speaking, it's a solid line. I can't really change lanes. But the circumstances might dictate otherwise. St. Louis County. Holy. That's not pretty at all. I'm gonna get over. Well, I'll tell you what. You people have my sympathy, but I'm glad I'm not going that way. You people. What do you mean, you people? Good old Tropic Thunder. Car warmed up fast. Let's not ride a semi-truck's bumper. That's just a dumb idea. I like these curvy roads. It's kind of fun. And I get to do it in a fun vehicle at least. I do still need to do the Vanos rebuild and the rod bearings on the car as a preventative measure, because I love this engine and I want it to last a long time. Woohoo! It's almost like I'm in Need for Speed the Run or something. Driving on the American highways. Life is a highway. Sorry, that song is stuck in my head. My kids watched Cars the other day. Whoa! I don't know what the hell that was, but it didn't sound good running it over. Woohoo! Oh, I like stuff like this. This is nice and scenic. Woohoo! Ugh. Don't you just love Midwestern roads? That was fun. Dang, traffic is still pretty jammed up over there. I wonder why. Here we are. My exit. I'll be respectful next to the hearse. Well, how's the battery doing on the camera? Seems fine. Still about half. I wonder if I just didn't charge it properly. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I'm learning. Either way, I'm having fun driving. When I get to my house, I'm gonna check that the right wheels for damage, because I don't know what the hell that was I ran over. Got some stereophonics here. Stereophonics the right word? All right, one more. This ain't a turn lane, is it? I don't think so. Downshift. Woohoo! You must be ready to go. Seems like it. That's how you do that, Mr. Chevy Colorado. Trying to chirp your tires for some reason. I mean, you look a little antsy. Ah, it's getting the inside of the car wet. All wet. No! My goodness. All right, Mr. Colorado, I'll take that bet and raise you. What's that? Did it segment it, I guess? Must have segmented it. Camera beeped at me. I'll go over the footage later. Okay, so far we have managed to successfully dodge Granite City. You missed the line. Wow. This thing has survived most of the journey. The battery is doing a lot better. I don't know what I did differently, but you know, whatever. I know it's gonna die at some point. $2.99 for a triple cheeseburger, Brown and Brown. If you got hurt so badly you pooped your pants, call Brown at 888-BROWN. I'm not sure what's going on up in front of me, but I don't trust Mr. Ford Taurus over there, because he seems to be all over the place. The way he's drifting around like that, it's kind of no wonder why your quarter panel looks like that. Your car matches the way you drive. Go, 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 Volvo! Woohoo! Oh, come on, dude. It's not that I think you're slow, you're just not fast enough. Oh, we got a BMW in front of us with a temp tag. We saw a really expired one yesterday. Still freaking rainy today. I think we're gonna hit the 270 route today to save time. Oh, yours expires in a few days. It's the 14th today. You got 4 days, my dude. You better get yourself some plates. Welcome to Missouri. At least that's what the Apple CarPlay, I think, is what that says. Welcome to Missouri. Keep your hands, arms, legs, and in the vehicle at all times. And keep firearms attached to you as well. This seems better framed than yesterday. I've got you guys, like, on my eyebrows, essentially. You've become my unibrow. I thought about it. I thought about it. Come on, boys. Give me that green, give me that green, give me that green. It's not an exhibition of speed so long as I'm not creating a nuisance and chirping my tires. That's, I think, the Illinois law. So here we go. Nope. That definitely wasn't me chirping my tires. I promise. I guess it's a little hard to get grip. Mr. Volvo behind me really wants to keep up. I think we both forgot that this ain't the Autobahn. I imagine a Volvo is a pretty comfortable car to drive on the Autobahn, even though it's Swedish, sure, but still. This is exciting. I don't know where we're going. Oh. I thought I was already in auto and I was trying to take myself out of it. YouTube notifications blocking the directions. Nope, we got a Challenger catching up to me. We got a boat. Boat's probably the right thing to have in this kind of weather. Otherwise, you might end up swimming. But I'm in a speed boat. I'm also behind a flatbed. It's like an ocean liner or a cargo ship. That's what it was. Sorry, my vocabulary is struggling today, I guess. I always want to give them a second to see if they want to actually move over or not. Oh, thank you, sir. Yep. This kind of driving is just par for the course out here. Because that Challenger is just staying back there like it's nothing new. It's like he's staying in my draft. Got yellow flashing lights up ahead. I would assume that's for a tow truck. Yep. I'm gonna back off from you because if you do something dumb, I need room to get away. So I can avoid 270, which I think I'm gonna do. I wonder what those cameras are for, like the weather? Are those the cameras they use to look at the weather? Come on, folks. Punch it, 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 punch it. Let's go. Are my lights on? I would assume they are. Wow, my car is getting a bath 2 days in a row. What's the weather forecast in St. Louis tomorrow?
Looks like it will be cloudy in St. Louis, Missouri tomorrow.
Will it rain in St. Louis tomorrow?
I found this on the web.
But that doesn't help. I can't read right now, I'm driving. We're making good time at least. I'd like to not be late today. And the problem is everyone's going the same speed in both lanes, I guess. But the left lane ain't going faster than the right lane, as much as I'd like it to be. And I'm so used to sitting in the semi-truck and being able to see above everybody else so I can make really informed decisions about what lane I should be in that determines what's gonna get me through an area faster. Because usually I can see, you know, past, 10, 15 cars and go, okay, this lane's actually gonna be moving slower. Everyone else who's down here doesn't know that yet, but I can move over. That's why whenever you're in a construction zone, if you start seeing semi-trucks favoring one lane over the other, it's probably because they realize either that lane's the one that's open or they've noticed that one's moving faster. And if you copy the semi-trucks, well, they've got the bird's eye view. Unless you've got a drone or something, or a satellite that's showing you the live feed of what's happening, it's not a bad resource to have. Unless if the semi-truck drivers in your area are just idiots and don't care. Because zipper merging doesn't really work as a semi-truck driver. Come on. Well, I need to get on the outside lane anyways for this roundabout. Alright, do you people know how to use a freaking roundabout? Okay, well, I can't see what you're doing. Mr. Genesis. Still don't fully understand what a Genesis is. Who builds them? Is it a GM thing or a Ford thing? I don't know. Who owns Genesis?
Hyundai Motor Group owns Genesis, Hyundai and Kia.
Oh, it's Hyundai.
Series from Coupe.
It's Hyundai. Well, heck. I don't think I ever would have guessed that. It's a Korean car. That's kind of cool. I mean, they're neat looking vehicles. So it's like a Korean Lexus, I guess. I don't know what you're doing, Mr. TLX, but it's kind of entertaining. Oh, I should have known he was going to move faster. Potholes everywhere. Your license plate frame says Porsche St. Louis. Now that's interesting, because that gives me a lot of questions. Well, at least one really big one, which is, do you have a Porsche? And if so, why aren't you driving that? I guess it's not the weather for it, but I'm out in the M3. I mean, what kind of Porsche do you have? I mean, here I am talking smack. For all I know, it could be like a 918 or something. I know there's a couple out here. There's at least one P1 out here, which is really cool. Gotta love the hypercars of the Holy Trinity. Are you, okay. Is there a car in the right lane? No. I love how no one stops in the lines. No one stops at the lines out here. It's just always like, no, I'm gonna edge forward. I'm an edgelord. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, that time I missed the line. Wait a minute. I'm I'm pretty sure that was red. I'm just saying. I'm willing to bet you they ran this one too. The hell is that noise? Was that a train or something? Yeah, it was. Alright, this is the fun part. That's an odd place to park, sir. Come on, let's have some fun. I think I hit my 30-minute interval. I think the camera hit the 30-minute interval there. I hope it caught my merging. I wonder how you get over there. It feels weird being in the leftmost lane. Because most of the time I'm not allowed to be in it because I was in a truck. But now I can do anything I want. Well, that's not entirely true, but you know what I mean. We got the arch. Who are you supposed to be? Oh, who are you? Are you a police car? That's always the question when you see a Ford frickin' Explorer on the road. Let's see. Let's catch up and find out. We'll throw up some gang signs if they are a cop. Does anyone know a gang sign like this? Is this a gang sign? I don't know. It doesn't look like a police car. It's got too many badges on the back. Wish the road was a little bit less slick. I gotta have a lot more fun, but I'd like to not die as well. Sir, I think you neglected to use your turn signal there. So if you were a cop, that'd be really awkward. But also, I've seen cops do that anyways. I mean, so is everyone else. This is cool imagery. Got the arch. I got this dumb motherfucker. Really? Really? You moved over so you could go slower? This guy is my 2 brain cells at 9 p.m. Okay, come on. Oh, now you move over. You just did that for fun? No license plate, frickin' lane blocking dipshit. I'm staying over here because there's a bunch of rigs coming over and they might need to merge this way. Alright, now we're clear. We got a shipping container riding on that side of the road. I've heard some crazy stories from guys who used to work intermodal, how heavy those containers can be. I've heard stories of people getting containers that are 120,000 pounds, you know, 40,000 pounds overweight. And they go, all right, take it to its destination. It's like, brother in Christ, this thing is fat as f***. What am I supposed to do with it? I'm gonna lose my license carrying something like this. My dude, you're hunched forward, really far forward in Mr. Ford Explorer over there. You're gonna crane your neck. I wish I knew what the rattling was, but I don't know. I'm not the type of guy to see that gap and go through it. That's not me. I'm not a fan of people that drive like that. My dude, I hope that's secure. That cardboard box, whatever the heck, doesn't look like it's actually strapped down. I'm not a DOT officer or anything. But I think I want a little more than that. Apart from just a, that ain't going anywhere. What the heck is going? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on down there? roads blocked off. And everyone slowed right the down because I think everyone got a little distracted. So I'm getting passed now by people that I passed, which doesn't do me any damn good. I think you're missing a headlight, ma'am. Times are tough sometimes. I remember when one of my turn signal was out on this thing. That was really annoying. Well, the battery didn't die before I got to my destination. That's funny. I'm gonna park, You stupid. Got me some fuel. Ooh. Shelby Supra. Super Baja? Is that what that said? Oh geez, sunlight. Sunglasses. There we go. I need to get the fluids done on this thing. At least the roads are finally frickin' dry. I guess they get a green arrow, but we don't. What the hell? There we go. What up, Aldi's? I kind of like Aldi's. Not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure I'd shop at Aldi's even if I made $1 million a year. I don't know if I ever will. I plan to. Don't know if I ever will, but I plan to. Ah. The hell are you doing, Ford Transit? I'm not interested in what you're selling. Depending on your wonky ass behavior, I might not be able to afford it. All right. It's only 55, but here we go. That thing said I was only going 54, no big deal. My speedometer is inaccurate. Ah, the roads are so dry, it's amazing. Oh, I have grip. It's wonderful. I'll get out of the left lane. Even though I am going at the speed limit very aggressively, I don't want to hog the left lane. I learned my lesson when I was 19. Got like a $600 ticket for being in the left lane for too long. Now I'm 26. As of today of me recording is May 14th. Happy birthday to me. I'm 26. I'm seasoned, as they say. Are those speed cameras or what are they? Screw it. Let's avoid the bridge today. I want to have some fun. Okay, here we go. We're gonna stay on the highway. Let's see if I can show you some dippy behavior. That's what I want to do today. We're gonna find some dippies. Let's go into 5th. I just fueled up. I'm gonna use all my fuel like right away. I think I'm gonna quickly learn that this is not a great commuter car. Because it's a thirsty car. Well, this is certainly very scenic. You got the clouds, the sun over there. It's very Midwestern. Oh, geez. Here comes a Ford Explorer. But you're not a cop. Let's just be clear. I'm going 60. Speed limit's 60. They're going 80 or something. Well, let's see. Let's speed up. How fast are you going? Let's see. Jesus, how fast are you going? There is a distinct lack in turn signal there, Mr. Ford Explorer. I'll tell you what, I probably need a radar detector if I'm gonna be driving a lot more. Hot damn, dude. Oh, chick, I guess. No plates, no mirror. Oh God, they're getting closer. Okay, these clouds look less friendly. Good Lord. They look really low too for some reason. Oh, for crying out loud. I just had to say something. Well, figures. I was enjoying the dry I was enjoying the dry roads. God damn it. Oh, that's cool scenery. We're going down under the train. Oh, here comes an Audi. An Audi S6 with no plates. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Come on, people. The sun is getting into my eyes. Come on. Water, get off my windscreen. Alright, here we are. Back onto regular roads for a bit. Jesus. Potholes freaking everywhere. Downshifts. That's so fun. Sunlight though, Jesus. Ah! God damn. Jesus, all the freaking potholes. Oh boy. Prius without without a license plate, not using their turn signal. It's kind of par for the course. Oh. A little bit of water on the ground. Yeah? What kind of a temp tag is that? Now this road tripped me up the last time I was here because I couldn't figure out which lane was the turn lane. So I'm just following everybody here because I thought that looked like a bike lane back there. So I was like, I'm not supposed to be in that, but no, then it immediately becomes a freaking a go straight lane. That's just dumb. Who designed that? I'm all for bike lanes, but that was dumb. I don't think I have you guys in linear FOV. I do have you guys in linear. My bad. So I guess it saves that. That's cool. I don't think you actually stopped. No rhythm. This would have been a really cool camera to have as an Amazon driver, but then it's also like, I would have just been like Walterific. I would have gotten fired for no damn reason. Good luck, Mr. Amazon. That said, it was kind of fun delivering packages in the rain. Good luck with that, Mr. Shit. Where did you come from? I thought you were way up there, man. I guess driving like a dickhead didn't get you anything. Alright, man, punch it. Punch it. Is your brain slow on the uptake? Let's go. Sure, why not? Oh, here we go with the rain again. Oh, now I know where I am. You braked kind of hard, didn't you? Mr. Ford Fusion. What is going on? Why is everyone braking? Oh, this is a turn-only lane. I did not know that. Dang, dude. I almost watched that Ford slam into that red car. Well, this is certainly misty. Well, rain just came out of nowhere. Oh, I guess not out of nowhere. There's a rain cloud right there. There were signs. I didn't read the signs. Man, I love the grip. Steering in this car is just so much fun. Battery's starting to get low on the thing, but that's okay. I'm getting close to home anyways. But it was kind of neat taking this route. It wasn't that bad. No 270 or anything like that. It's fine. It's fine. Come on, Mercedes. Mr. 4matic. Are you staying in your lane? Or are you inventing a new one? Can't figure out what setting to put on the damn windshield wipers. Well, we're back in the whatever the heck, the thick of it again. It's kind of troubling because I'm getting relatively close to home. Oh, for crying out loud. Alrighty, well, the recording ended. I'm gonna head home. Wish me luck. It's still rainy. This light has been broken for like a month and a half. Congratulations, City of Alton. You can't get anything done. Did you almost hit that Ford? Sir! Sir! What's your deal, sir? Ah! What the hell? Freaking potholes are everywhere, man. It's the school bus. Ugh. If you go down to first and you try and come to a stop, it bucks a lot more. But if you keep it in second and come to a stop, it comes to a stop really smoothly, and then it selects first when you like you hit 0 miles an hour, or like it's like 2 or 3 miles an hour maybe. Here we go. A little bit windy. It's an Audi TT. I think that says R. Does that say RS? I don't know a whole lot about the TT. Whenever I see an Audi TT, I just think of the joke that Jeremy Clarkson made and said, you know, called them titties or whatever. No. The joke was Jeremy Clarkson would call Audi TT owners titties, which is funny. Well, the ground isn't wet, so that's a start. We'll see how long that lasts. I like how the week I've decided to start doing this, it's all doom and gloom, rain, and all that crap. The hell was that? Was that dust? The f***? Why do people group up like this? It's so irritating. I'm just sitting here in the left lane for a lot longer than I normally do, because everyone just, even if the right lane is going fast, the left lane should aim to go faster, right? I feel like that's kind of fair, because all those folks up there are just going the same speed. Wow, you're working on that street light? Damn. Wish the folks in Alton would work as fast as the people in St. Louis. Ain't that just sad? That's a sad thing to say. Oh. Your gas cap's open, sir. Hey, Mr. Chrysler 300, you don't have a plate. It's no one out here has a goddamn plate. Government's not giving my money today, and I'm not getting money from the insurance company when I wreck this thing. Wait a minute, I don't even have insurance. Never mind. It says all-wheel drive on it. I'm just waiting for someone to blatantly run the red light. Did they just run the red light? Yes, they did. Both of them did. That Jeep and the other Chrysler 300. McLaren Avenue. Well, I ain't driving a McLaren. God damn. Do you people not know how to build a flat, smooth road? Does anyone? Jesus Christ. Oh, there's a train on the bridge up ahead. Auto carrier cars. God damn. What the f***? This town's gonna destroy my f***ing rims. I think I'm gonna stick with Lewis and Clark and Great River Road from now on, because this is just ridiculous how freaking trashy these roads are. Come on, little green Honda. Wait a minute. You have a temp tag on top of your plate, Mr. Blue BMW. How does that work? What is the point in that? Woo-hoo! All right. Ugh. Oh, more cool imagery. We got the train going above us again. That's always fun. Damn, Ford. You got places to be? There's really nowhere for you to go. That's the problem. I mean, you can go around me and see what you can accomplish. Good luck. Wonder how legit your expired tag is, or your, well, I'm assuming it's expired, because they're all expired out here. That says expiring 8/10/2024. It's a long ways away. I'm just not sure the cops care out here, man. Expired tag? Nah. One of many. No plate? Nah. Who doesn't have a plate out here? Or who doesn't not have a plate out here, I should say. Come on. Nothing silly has happened today from all I've seen. It's been pretty chill. Oh, a motorcycle. I don't think I've actually seen a motorcycle on this road yet. Alrighty. My heart monitor doesn't want to communicate with itself. That's irritating. Well, I'll fix that when I get home. And no, I do not work here. I'm just doing training. That was nice of him. Let me in. Alright, so I'm going to be avoiding all the roads I drove on this morning, because, man, those roads were total butt cheek. They are nothing but ass. Stay in your lane, my brother. Oh, perfect. This will be easy. I can get out ahead of everybody. This will be nice and smooth. I just need the green light and then I go. Here we go. We're at the front of the pack. This is gonna be easy. I don't know why this damn thing won't connect to itself. Got it. This has a great signal, but the sensor on my chest ain't doing anything, so that's great. Well, the road's dry. Don't know what happened, but maybe all my complaining helped. Maybe Mother Nature finally listened for once. God knows she never does usually. That man's driving with all his windows open. That has got to be a windy freaking car. I don't think I could ever find myself doing that. I would go insane. I'd have papers blowing around as well. Damn, dude, your car is squatting down to the ground. Ah, shut up. Random spam calls. Did you lose your lane, sir? I swear, a lot of the people out here are very creative with, you know, keeping their lane. They're maintaining a lane that I'm not aware of, but clearly, you know, they've got something else in mind. They're seeing something that I'm not seeing. I mean, from my perspective, it's something that's not actually there, but I don't wanna, you know. Jesus, dude, you're struggling. I'm gonna get over here for now. I know you Mr. Prius, are gonna think, oh yeah, I'm letting him through so he can go faster, but it's really just because everyone's going the same damn speed up there, so it doesn't make any difference. So why camp in the left lane if it's not gonna change anything? See? Now watch this. Instead of wasting my time being loyal to a lane that ain't doing anything for me, I'm having more fun over here. Because everyone else is hanging out over there for some reason. I just saw something blue. Ooh, a grabber blue Mustang. I love me a grabber blue Mustang. That's pretty. I like that color. Well, you know, there's a way you can let me know you're gonna do that before you do that, but I guess, you know, you got weak fingers. Your wife is very unhappy with you in bed since you're that lazy. You know, it's probably a whole thing. But come on, you gotta work on that. Right lane, huh? That does not look like a fun exit to be on for a semi-truck. Why is he going so damn slow? I don't know why my screen dimmed. It's not very helpful. I'm trying to give the motorcycle, you know, plenty of space. I don't want to crowd him. Got the arch right up there. That's cool. Here we go. That's fun. What is that green thing up there? That's a really bright color. I guess fair enough, but you still could have used your turn signal. But I get it, whatever. Your car sounded a little bit like a wet fart though for some reason. Kind of odd when those cars can sound good. Well, I don't know, that looked more like an RT than like a Hellcat or something. And now I got a Chevy right on my bumper. I know they backed off, that's good. Jesus. I'm avoiding all that crap anyways, but I'm still finding some bad roads, even though I'm dodging all those other roads from this morning with all the freaking potholes. I've used quarter of a tank already today. Well, I guess that includes, so that's 60, quarter of a tank in 120-ish, a little over 120-ish miles. That doesn't sound very fuel efficient to me. I guess I'm not the sort of person that gets nervous on bridges. Oh my god, shut up. I don't know what this thing's problem is. But, yeah, just... bridges are fun to drive on. I think it's fun. Other people get nervous. Like, I don't really see what difference it makes whether you're on solid ground or, you know, a bridge. Sinkholes can happen. Crazy waves or storms can happen. You know, the odds aren't, you know, the odds aren't that bad either way. So I feel like it's more of an irrational fear. It's like when, you know, people are afraid of flying. Though it's kind of vindicated now, because Boeing is, you know, the way it is. I gotta be careful what I say, or Boeing might assassinate me or something. But I haven't flown in years anyway, so it doesn't matter. I wish the speed limit on this road was just a little bit higher, because it would be a great road to go really fast on. But for some reason, America is just afraid of going past 65 miles an hour. Don't know why. Maybe it's because we all suck at driving. I'm starting, should I have stayed on the right? I probably should have. That was silly. Because there's a bus there. Who's gonna go faster, that straight truck or a bus? Well, we're gonna find out. No, it doesn't matter, the bus is moving. Oh, you're moving over too! Well, that just means I need to roll down my window. Oh, the hell was that? Jeez.
Sandwich.
Good morning, everyone. All of you beautiful people. You beautiful people. It's a fun voice to do. One person called it my Batman voice. What version of Batman talks like this? I've never seen a Batman that talks like this. I just think it's a fun, deep voice to do that makes no sense.
Hello and welcome to another video on the Racing Joker channel.
It's not a Joker voice, it's not a... I guess it's a deep voice, so I suppose it's a Batman voice. I don't know, when I think Batman, I think Kevin Conroy, and I can't emulate Kevin Conroy. I don't know why I just shifted with the... Don't judge me. There's a cop up ahead. Ooh, and there's a guy over there too getting radar. Hello, sir. Man, look at the deer bar on that thing. I could see his handlebar mustache from here. So there's a bit of cop presence today on my favorite road. A little difficult to save time on my favorite road when there's cops everywhere. Also, you and I are going the same speed, Mr. Rigging Solutions. But I get it, we're all kind of a little jumpy now. We had one cop that had already pulled someone over and pulled a U-turn back there. And we had that guy hiding away trying to get people's speeds. We don't know where the next one's gonna be. I don't know where they usually hide. That guy was just really easy to see. Kind of emphasizes my whole thing of, I should probably get a radar detector. Tell you what though, 55 miles an hour or nearabouts makes no difference. Feels really freaking slow. At least I'm getting good mileage right now, I think. Is that what this means? Average consumption 16.3. Hogan, what happened? Oh, you're driving an International. That's why you're having a bad day. Oh, that is a mobile weigh station. And that's the Illinois Department of Transportation. Man, you guys. That's why he was on the side of the road. He's probably getting some kind of inspection. That's even worse. Well, officer, what do you think? Well, all of your equipment looks great, but I don't want to give you a pass because that would make you feel good about yourself. So I'm just going to say that there's abrasions on your airlines, even though there aren't any actually there. That will be verified by a mechanic later. And your company will fire you because, you know, they trust what I say, even though, you know, I'm cross-eyed and stupid. I feel like I have to be careful now. It's really irritating because this road feels a lot more like an 80-mile-an-hour road or a 70 at least. It's like one of the few roads. This is a bad section to give as an example because that was kind of ass, but that was also Granite City, so you know, whatever. But this is one of the few roads I can drive on that remains relatively consistent in terms of surface quality. So I should be able to go faster on it, no problem. I'm not gonna hit like a pothole or a crater or I don't know what else and spin out and die. But then depending on the road quality, it doesn't matter how fast you're going, because if you hit a bad patch of road, you're gonna bend a wheel or whatever. Does the city care? No. Are they gonna help pay for it? No. They're gonna say, screw you. It's your fault for driving on our crap roads. You should have known they'd be crappy. You should have expected them to be crappy. Because that's the standard we have here. I feel like I'm ranting for no reason. I'm really not that upset about it, but my mouth is going on autopilot. I really wish I knew what that rattling noise is. It's something behind me. I just don't know if it's something to do with the car seat back there. Can't do much about that. If it is, at least. Oh, it's really hard to save time on these roads. I mean, I'm saving my wheels at least. I mean, 20 miles at 60 miles an hour, I should get there in 20 minutes. If I go faster than 60 miles an hour, I should get there in like, oh, what is it, like 15, 17? I can't remember how to calculate that in my head. Trip planning as a truck driver was always so easy because I was limited to 65, so I would just do my estimations, you know, assuming assuming that I was doing a mile a minute, and that whenever I got to go faster than that, that just saved me a little bit of time. But it was really good for really precise estimates for trip planning and all that stuff. But now that I'm in a car that can go, well, as fast as I want, basically, doing that math is really awkward. So 60 miles an hour, 20 miles, it's 8:36. 8:56 would be my arrival time if I was only going 60. So I should save about 4, 5, maybe 6 minutes if I can go 60 or more. Emphasis on the more, you know, within reason. So I should get there, you know, because I want to get there before 9. 9 is my scheduled time. But I'm also taking this detour, which added a minute to it. So it should be fine. I'm just not used to having a morning routine where you get dressed, you go to the bathroom, you start getting dressed, and then you realize dinner hit you the wrong way, and then you need to go to the bathroom again. And then you can start driving. In the truck, it's you wake up, and then with 5 to 10 minutes of waking up, you're just in a driver's seat of a large vehicle. In this, you have to get out of bed, get dressed, do everything else, and then you can drive. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to having a morning routine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just have to account for it. Apparently, thanks to my bowels, it takes me like 45 minutes to get ready. It's really irritating. No. Come on, people. Don't put me to sleep. I'm not going to be able to slalom around people today like how I have in the past. Let's make that cool air come out at my feet. My fingers are getting really freaking icy. Freezing my appendages to death. No. Welcome to the McKinley Bridge. Is it named after something? Probably. I haven't Googled it yet because my curiosity, well, it isn't that persistent. Nor is my attention span. Oh, there's like a plaque there, but it's only really, you can only really read it if I'm walking outside. If I'm walking. Okay. This is where we save time. Hi, dog. Merging onto the highway. These roads. I've dodged all the really bad roads by taking that route, but there's just like like half a mile of crap before we get onto the highway, and then we should be clear, hopefully. I mean, we'll see. I also started recording later, so you guys have plenty of battery and space, which is nice. It's nice, isn't it? We'll be able to record for as much as we want. That dog looks really tired. No! Alright. Love the interstellar class roads. It's just freaking amazing. Why are you guys going so slow? Looking for potholes. Looking for potholes. There's one right there. Damn, that's a crater. Horsepower will always be the key to success. I'm sure Jeremy Clarkson would be proud. Horsepower. We made it. We did lose some time on my ETA. Now we're back to 8:59. That ain't good. But let's see. 15 miles at 60. 50 minutes. So 8:58 if I go 60 miles an hour with 15 miles. 8:58. You do the math. If I want to get better than 8:58, just don't say anything. I feel like I'm extra mobile now compared to you know, when I was driving the truck. You know, in the truck, if I wanted to pass someone, it had to be strategic and it would take, you know, a while. One time it took me like a quarter of an hour just to pass someone. Hey, Mr. Arch, how you doing? We always good to we always got to say hi to the Arch. The Arch. Imagination. It's the same kind of hand gesture. The Arch. Come on, this is where dreams are made and hopes are crushed. Let's go. Choking on my own fluids. That's a weird sentence. Glad I have good brakes. That looked like there was like an air filter on the ground. That looked like someone had a really, damn Camry, had a really bad day. Come on GTO, I want to see you in action. Was that a 6-liter? I can't tell. It's cool to see those out on the road. I always thought that body style GTO looked really cool. Now you guys kind of understand why I only think it's worth recording once I start getting into the St. Louis area, because it gets more exciting. Just more stuff happens. There's more people driving around like that. It's there's more chaos, less order, more destruction apparently. You're a Ford Explorer, but you don't look like a cop. You're definitely not a cop. You used your turn signals. Mr. Chevy Blazer, you're not going to have room to go anywhere. Oh no, there's an Altima. Big Altima Energy coming up on my right. Now the Blazer is using... Oh, I guess they meant to go down there. I thought we were about to see something amazing happen there. So I was gonna say they weren't going fast enough to use that exit lane to pass that truck on the right. Wow, they really give you good warning in advance. I'm a little shocked by that. Okay, the roads are dry, but the sky is still booty cheeks. What's going on here? Now, is that a 3 Series or a 4 Series? Oh wait, no, is that an M car? It's got a black badge on it, so it's hard to tell. What are you? Are you an M car? Oh, you're... Oh, okay. Come on. Yeah, you're an M3. That's cool. It's a nice color. It feels weird. The G-body M cars are kind of growing on me a bit, and I never thought they would. I mean, he's probably going to work. We're all going to work. We can't hang out and have fun. Well, that's cool. Nice looking M car. Uh-oh. Nice Audi estate. I'm gonna roll up my window because it's nicer and it's hot out. Nice BMW. What the heck are you doing? Okay, I thought that was going to be a lot more exciting. I don't trust people when they do that. Well, hey, my monitor is working today. Apparently when the maid came by, Heather unplugged the charging cable for the heart monitor, so when I plugged it in and I thought I was charging it for a few hours, it wasn't actually doing anything, it wasn't charging. So I was like, why is this thing broken? This thing's a piece of junk. But no, it wasn't plugged in. Oh, Mr. Temp Tag. That temp tag is bullshit. The expiration date on that is 10/10/23. Unless if we just time traveled or something, pretty sure that's expired. Dang, Mr. Optima. I'm already at half a tank, god damn it. Hey, Mr. 1010. Now that sucks. That's a bad day for anybody. On the side of the road with your hazards on. Alright, Mother Nature. What weather can I expect today? Some garbage rain at the last minute to ruin this nice, lovely drive? Or is the ground going to be nice and dry and sticky? Alright, Texas, Jesus. Let's not live up to the stereotypes that much. It's not the worst I've seen out here. But you clearly did not check your mirrors. Or your blind spots, I should say. I'll set cruise control. We'll just chill. Try and save a little bit of frickin' fuel. I think I'd have to start expensing that. Good grief. It's a good thing I'm filming all this. Hello? Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Probably want a cracker. Boozy Bank. Or is it Busey? Boozy. Boozy Bank. Bad and boozy. So I've looked back at some of the footage already from this Insta360 Go 3 camera. And I'ma tell you, the audio is pretty good. I'm not using any other external microphones or anything like that. I wanted to see what the raw footage looked like, and I'm not disappointed. I'm pretty impressed. The stabilization is really good. The footage isn't too shaky. I'm able to wear it really close, low down by my eyebrows so that you're not staring at the ceiling. You can angle it on the head mount. It's super, super usable. I really, really like it. I think tomorrow what I'll do, I'm going to change up my driving. I'm going to try and be as fuel efficient as possible. I think that'll be a neat exercise. We got 161 miles of range right there. And 161 miles, according to this, or 162, it went up for some reason, is half a tank. Now I do about 120 in a day, 110 miles in a day. So if 160 is half a tank, I should use less than 160. Let's say we're doing 110-ish, a third of a tank, I think, or like 2/5, but it'll be less than half. Still a substantial amount. I guess one of the issues of a somewhat long commute in a sports car. I mean, this car only has what, 340-ish horsepower, but it's NA and all that. It's gonna suck back some fuel. But apparently that's still getting 16 miles to the gallon. What about all these guys driving these turbo cars or built Supras and tuned BMWs or supercharged Mustangs, or like a Lamborghini Murcielago, for instance, that's what, 8 miles to the gallon? Assuming the fuel tank is similar in size, my daily commute of 110-ish miles would use up all the fuel if it's the same fuel capacity. I don't know if a Murcielago has a bigger or a smaller tank than an E46 M3. We're still looking at 162. Mr. Toyota. I'd like to get out of the lane, please. I'm trying to save fuel over here. Mr. Toyota Highlander with he's holding his phone in his hand and he's on a phone call. Toyota Highlanders have Bluetooth, sir. You gotta be smart enough to know how to do that. Oh. Are you struggling to stay in your lane for some reason? I'm stuck behind Mr. Hazmat over here. Chevy Spark. Those temp tags just don't look legit to me. Well, my range went up again. Now it's at 163. The lower RPMs And I'm assuming the lower speed, that's what does it. I wonder how efficient I can get it. I am truly curious about what it takes to get yourself actually pulled over in this town. I think you got to be doing some crazy shit. I'm keeping my safe distance from Mr. Hazmat up in front of me. Got Colonel Mustard on the left. That's a dumb joke. Colonel Mustard. Jesus. I was about to commend you for having like actual registration and all that stuff. But you're not using your turn signals. Jesus Christ. It's just the thing. You don't want to let them know your next move for some reason. Ugh, Jesus. Sir, I think you're just standing in the road. Oh. I was gonna say, it's an interesting tactic. Oh, I'm not in automatic. Welcome to the McKinley Bridge. It's a neat cityscape. What's funny is not too far from here there is a town called Rockport. Ooh. Possibly built Honda? Not sure. How would you rate this trip on Google Maps? I don't know. It was fine. Alright. Well, nothing interesting ever really happens on this road. If something does, oh well. I mean, it's a shame. But, I think I'm gonna do what I did again yesterday. And not waste storage space for this section of the drive, because this section is, we're in Illinois now. It's a lot less exciting. People are less creative with, you know, their lane changes and all that stuff. Is this, what's wrong with? Alrighty, well, on that note, I'll see you guys in the next clip. Thank you guys for watching up to this point. It's kind of fun being able to do these sorts of videos. I've always wanted to do POV driving videos like Walterific with his moto vlogging stuff. Maybe this is finally, the line's right there, sir. Mr. Volkswagen Beetle. Maybe this is the formula. Maybe this is how it finally happens. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next clip. Huh? Well, I thought about not recording, but I am glad I did. That's a really, really bad spot to pull over, dude. That car must just be totally dead. Well, anyways, the plight of others aside, I wasn't gonna record today, but I thought I may as well, because this thing sucks back fuel and I need to expense it. I've got 92 miles on the range. I'm just gonna take it easy again. I'm at a quarter tank. Thought I'd film the way back. Almost done with training. I'm almost a car salesman, in case you guys didn't know that's what I was doing, in case it wasn't obvious enough already. But yeah, I'll film this drive back. I got to get Nissan certified now with all their different products. Possibly every car in the lineup, which means I'm hopefully the Z. I really want to talk about the Nissan Z. Well, we'll probably do that next episode of the Ice Age. And possibly even the GTR too. Got a nice red S197. Only downside is that while this car goes to California to be worked on and later to do a special event that I can't talk about yet, I'm gonna have to find a way to transport myself to work. So we'll have to figure that out somehow. Was that water? Oh no. Are we about to get rained on, boys? I swear to God, we get freaking rained on. Oh, there it is. There it freaking is. I can even kind of see the mistiness in the distance. Man, this is some bullshit. Well, turn on the wipers. Oh, we're just going straight into the storm. I've realized something, though it's mainly the cost of fuel. Oh boy. I've realized I don't need to be driving like a lunatic to be entertaining. Oh my God. Well, this is exciting. I hope my lights are on. Oh, I'll call my wife. Well, this is certainly something. I wish my hazards worked, but they don't. I can see blue sky. That's weird. Well, it's lightening up all of a sudden. Woohoo! Alrighty. I'm gonna move over. Sir, your turn signal's on. I don't know what it is with St. Louis lately, but we're just getting all the rain. All of it. God damn it. Oh, this is an exit only lane. God. Jesus. Ugh. Is anything coming down now? I can't tell. Well, I guess we're out of it. Quick Trip is about 20 something miles away. It says I got 76 miles on the clock to go. Should be fine. I was wondering who was honking at me, but no, it was Mr. Amtrak over there. I was so confused. Oh, jeez. That was kind of cool, though. Oh, boy. Oh, there's Mr. Amtrak again. He's right there. That was neat. Being parallel with an Amtrak train. I didn't get a good look at what locomotive that was. What the heck is that thing? Oh, is that a yeah, what the heck? That's always neat to see. Out on the road. I don't think I need these sunglasses. It's not that bright. I love how I told Heather, it's freaking pouring down, I can't hear you. And now I'm out here and it's nice and sunny. I'm not, it's not like I'm going slow, people. This is just one of those things. I'm trying to save fuel, okay? Damn, don't judge me. 69. Nice. What the hell is a Silverado Custom? Never heard of that as a trim level before. How the heck does that work? It's a nice color on that Jeep. Kind of a dark red. I kind of miss our old Jeep. It was nice. Only downside is it leaked oil out of every orifice. It was not good. Well, there goes one of my old trucks with a Targa trailer. It would have been kind of neat driving a semi-truck with this camera, but it's a little too late for that. I like how people just naturally group together like this. You got Mr. Kia and whatever that is going at the same speed. Everyone just gets to drive together for a bit until one of them figures out that something has to change in order for people to get by. This is kind of funny. Heather keeps telling me, I never knew this about her, but she wants to get an RV of some kind. She wants to give camping a try, and I go, honey, you've never told me you want to do camping. But apparently, that's something she's always wanted to do, but we've always been so busy that she never bothered to ask. So now I feel bad. It's like, oh, we could have been doing all sorts of stuff. I'm not huge into camping, but it's a fun thing to do with other people. I don't think I'd ever do it by myself, but I doubt there's many people who would. Wasn't I leaving that red Cherokee behind in the dust earlier? Oh, don't go down a gear, you silly car. Oh, never mind. We're gonna have to slow down anyways. We're catching up to Mr. Kia. What? You beeped at me. You guys beeped. Oh, you just started. You incremented the recording. That's fine. You guys were beeping at me. Yeah. I'll get fuel another time. I think I just want to go home. God, these shoes hurt my feet. They really do. Oh my goodness. Hyundai. You were changing your lane while there was a vehicle even still there. There's a BMW back there, but I can't tell what kind. Looks like maybe a 4 Series with an M Sport package, maybe? Or maybe an M4? It's lowered, whatever it is. I'm wondering if he'll try and catch up with me. Car guys are kind of social, but only on the road. Oh, that might be an M4. I can't tell. What is it with driving under trains lately? Where the hell are you going, dude? This Hyundai is going nuts. I think that's the car that tried to osmose through the pickup earlier. Come on, Hyundai. There's the M4. Are you exiting or are you coming back? Oh no, you're exiting. I thought for sure he was coming back. Oh wait, no, hold on. Yep, that's an M4. Nice one, nice matte gray. Probably a satin wrap of some kind. It's a nice car for out here. Is that the same train from earlier? Alrighty everyone, last day of driving. I don't even think I'll have footage for the drive back. Sorry, I don't have enough space left on the camera, but overall, I think it's been a success. I think I'll have to use it for a whole bunch of other videos too. I might use it for my car reviews. It's kind of cool having these nice POV shots, but yeah, I think I'll also just make this into a video series. I think it'd be kind of fun. Call it The Commute. Got a grabber blue Mustang over there. Today's a little bit awkward because I need the bathroom, like desperately. Come on, Jeep, let's get out in front of everybody. I'll need to figure out how to get the footage off of this thing onto my external hard drive. How much space do I have left on this thing? 23 minutes, allegedly. Just enough for the drive to work. Why is the car shaking so much? That was weird. The heck is going on up there? Okay, sure. Taking this left turn in slow motion. It's always cool. It makes it easier to dodge potholes. Golly. Horsepower is always useful for merging. I mean, 330, 340 ain't a ton of power, but clearly it's enough. That's why I always, whenever I start to get the itch for having a 4-figure horsepower car, I go, the hell's the point? Because I'm willing to bet once you get past that 600 mark, it's a lot harder to have fun without committing like that was kind of funny. He was making a lot of noise and not really going anywhere. How much power does an RT Charger have? How much horsepower does a 2020 Dodge Charger RT have?
The RT model comes with the 5.7-litre heavy V8 370 horsepower. This is from Kelly Blue Book.
Thanks, Kelly Blue Book. 370 horsepower. It's not a lot. I mean, a Coyote Mustang is what? 450 to 480, give or take, depending on whatever model you get. Whoa, what are you doing, sir? Mr. Hazmat over there is making some aggressive lane change. Well, I think he's Hazmat. I don't see any placards. He's a tanker. Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas the goddamn Tank Engine. I don't see any hazards. It's septic. Is septic stuff not considered hazardous material? It's the one thing I hope would be hazardous. seems a bit odd. Whatever, Honda. I was gonna move out of your way. Sorry, I went to scratch my eyebrows and instead I scratched you guys. That's a weird sentence. That's a weird sentence. How could that possibly be true? What are you doing in my eyebrows? 4924. Not great at keeping track of time. I'm not great at knowing what day it is. Most of the time I get that confused, but I am pretty sure that's just freaking expired, man. I think I used a little bit more fuel than I would have liked, but I think I'm okay. I'd rather do a quarter of a tank a day than a third of a tank a day, but I had to really change my driving habits to get there. I had to really change my driving habits. And if anyone is still wondering, yes, I still need the frickin' bathroom. Why am I in this lane? Oh boy. Still need that radar detector. That was a largely uneventful, kind of nice drive. Didn't use too much gas. I did use a little bit more than I would have liked, but that's okay. Let's see how hard it's going to be to get onto Lindbergh here. Oh, not too bad. I'm going to show you my parking situation with this, with my new workplace. It's really exciting to be here. I'm in a unique position where they encourage me to blend my social media with my work, so I don't have to be like, I don't work here. No, I work at this place. I work at Suntrup Auto, specifically Suntrup Nissan. And I just want to show you guys my parking because, ooh, that blue Corvette's still out there. It's just kind of funny because this thing's going to be wider soon and lowered and heavily modified and stuff. So I might have to work something out. Might have to get that R34 a bit sooner than I would have expected. So hopefully I can perform really well over here at Suntrup Nissan, and then maybe I can just get myself a Nissan and drive a Nissan to work. I'll drive an R34 to work, no problem. All-wheel drive as well? Why not? Oh, jeez. Okay, so this is where the car being wider could become problematic, just because I don't want to rip my fender flares off. The GTR fender flares are pretty expensive. Oh, jeez. And it's pretty tight back here. Don't really want to park over there because, well, you know, that hill is a bit gnarly. But apparently that's where salespeople park. So let's see if I scrape going up this hill. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. It's pretty bad. I'm off-roading. It wasn't awful. I wonder if there's another way back here. Once I'm up here, it's not that bad. I'm gonna try and make sure I don't drive off a ledge. I don't want to drive into the abyss. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this section of the Ice Age, and I'll see you guys in the next clip, or the commute, depending on. Thought I'd do a night test. I'm not gonna have a lot of footage because I only have 4 minutes of space, but it's really stormy right now and it's nighttime, so I thought I'd do a quick footage test just to see. I see flashing lights down there behind me. I mean, I'm just taking it easy given the weather conditions. It's dark and it's rainy. I don't want to be on the news. Well, actually, there's probably enough wrecks tonight that me crashing probably wouldn't get me on the news anyways. All right, Mr. One Headlight, you go around me. I don't want you near me. Oh, there we go. Flashing lights. Really bright flashing lights. I could have sworn there was some behind us, but I guess not. Maybe they took an exit somewhere. Whoa! Well, I'm about to run out of space here, but I'll let this keep rolling just in case something crazy happens. But thank you all so much for watching.